Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Wolfie, you're confused. Were you not at the end of stream last night? Because I said I was playing with Dirge at the end of stream because he answered me. Hello. Hello. Load game. Host game. Invite frame. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hi, Oni. Oh my gosh, what would we have done if we didn't remember? Pee pee poo poo. You might have pooped. Alright, so what? Okay, so find the surface tunnel.
I could certainly use a drink.
Yeah, you have like a hazmat something or something on. Okay, so I have a dead over here apparently.
Go out. If you do.
What was here? That killed me. Yeah, what were we doing? Like, find the server. Okay, so oh yeah, we were killing bots. Yeah. Yeah. We, yeah, and did we kill all of the bots we needed to kill for all of the parts, or
There
no?
must be water here somewhere.
I know. Consume. In and out. Yeah, that's all good, Wolfie, but yes, I'm streaming tonight. Let me go get this last piece.
I reckon you know what you need to do. And if you don't, well, don't look at me.
Okay, so can I trade? Canned peas.
You know where to find me.
You know where to find. Yeah, the security pistol. Flashbacks. I just don't remember where we were going and there's no map. Yeah, what's this? Oh, this is the hacking device. That's right.
If you do plan on working late, please request
Yeah, but you have to,
a
like,
night
it's,
pass
like,
from your
weird.
supervisor. The facility is dark at night, and you are safe
But,
to
like, so
spend
are
on
we.
it.
You're so true, Bessie. So true, Bessie. Oh, wait, we can use the tram now, right? Yeah, we can use this thing now. How do I get on? Here we go. Go this way. Oh, you won't let me. Okay, cool. Fuck you. Cool, we'll go this way then. Hi, Andy! You gonna open this door or no? Thanks. Oh, that's the little dot. Okay, that's our objective. Got it. Got it. Manufacturing waste. Oh, that actually sounds really good. Maybe that's what I'll get for dinner. Some Chinese food. requires hacking. I can do that. Hack. I just hacked. Okay, whatever. Oh, who are you, sir? The sensitivity of this is quite easy. Oh, yeah, the blacksmith.
I got
Okay.
a lot of fabrication gear back here. You need something, I
That's
can make it.
the guy. Yeah,
you got
true.
something to trade. Getting a little low on some necessities back here.
Fire proximity suit, cement bag. Do we need any of this stuff? Phew, excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, bitches. Oh, I don't care. We can share, so at least that way we can engage in conversation. Last time I did this, my chat was the one that was weirdos anyway. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I give Nikki such a hard time, and I'm like, you're such a little slut now. You're in all my friends' chats. It's true. True.
We are getting closer.
Well, it does this. I literally haven't changed it since the last time I played with somebody. Why does it always do this?
Discord, it does it to me too.
Oh, I hate it.
I think it has something to do with the title of the window whenever the capture gets changed, even in the slightest. Because that's the only thing I've ever been able to like nail it down to. Because similar things have happened to me with browser captures.
It's so frustrating because it's just like, really, like.
Have you had that happen with browser captures too, though? Because I feel like that's the only other like window captures. Like those are the other two spots where I feel like I notice it happening all the time.
Best of luck.
Yeah, I haven't changed it since I streamed with on the weekend over there. So like, I'm like, well, I don't
I'm
know.
actually surprised it's catching you, but I did just use it last night, so maybe it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I know where this is.
Oh, is that people? Wait, are those bad people?
No, remember we can see them through the walls now. Those are our guys.
These are our guys? Okay.
The little dummies that are out there. Oh, I just realized my gain was down really low, so I probably just got a ton louder.
Can I go in here? Can I break this?
Yeah, they like have recipes and stuff like that, I believe. Manufacturing West.
Sorry. Well, I appreciate you guys saying something instead of letting me just talk to myself for a while. Yeah, I definitely didn't change anything.
Stay down.
Computers are the worst.
you?
Technology is a mistake. I want to go live in the woods. I want to go live in the woods with my computer and video games.
I know.
I need to get to the surface tunnel, but the soldiers are waiting. I'm sure of it. I heard screams from their camp, a slaughter. But they are not done for yet. Somehow they knew this chaos was coming. How? There are spies among us. Must we become spies ourselves? I must disable the security doors. No system is perfect. There will be a weakness. I will not be left to die down here.
Subtitles did not match.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's one of those damned if you do things, but I actually would much prefer.
Whoa, I found a portal.
If, like, shit was just limited to area, because, like, I had just walked up to the door and I'm like, I'm assuming the dialogue's coming from something you're interacting with, but it was also like I don't know, it's weird because, like, when you don't have proximity audio and stuff like that, it gets really confusing.
Yeah.
Cause like I'm over here in a whole different area where like I don't remember from last time. I'm just like, is this me? You know, like.
So I found a portal over here that I don't think I should go through without you.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to explore some portal.
Wait,
Love me some strange holes, you know. Oh, I'm about to get crushed. Okay, that doesn't crush you. Good to know. Okay. Yeah, I'm by manufacturing west. Oh yeah, that's.
Yeah, you can take the tram.
I was trying to, but I think I don't know. I must have gone to the wrong thing because it said it was locked.
Hold on. Can I send it to you? Send tram to the office. Okay. Oh, emotes. It's time. 5:40 p.m. Okay. And then tab. Yep. Okay.
This was
I'm
the.
staying right here. Anything else is crazy. If the portal system is malfunctioned, there's no telling what could have found its way into the facility.
Hi, Nikki.
Okay, see you now. On my way, dearie.
This isn't where I should be. Ooh, it's way back down. Got electricity. Okay, yeah, this is going back towards the right way. I think this is the pool, and then I can go to the office thing. Oh no, shame, kitty.
Oh no.
My sense of direction is not very good. Reception, sector map, data farm, level 3 lift. I think back towards reception is where we're gonna go to get to the offices. Right? Tram plaza.
Yeah.
Yeah, this should be the right way. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You are here.
My favorite streamer and my lucky
Oh, there
charm.
it is. There it is. There it is.
Aw.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want my big over here.
Cute.
Aw, I'm lucky.
Yeah.
Getting peckish.
Yeah, Mandy.
Yeah.
Heard that even with the AC on, huh?
That's exactly what I said.
That's what she said, Ayo.
Ayo.
Auto-modded 5 minutes in. I love that. That's like a me
That's
speed
goals.
run.
That's goals, yeah.
Yeah, like I get hit with auto-mod a lot as a person, so I feel that. It's like, no, that's just like how those are the words that are coming out of my mouth. Like I don't mean them in a gross way.
This is what I say. Oh, okay. So go up the stairs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is where all my injuries came from, if I remember
And then
correctly.
I broke this thing to get into here.
Okay.
And then there's
You
a
have a rocket launcher on your shoulder?
I don't think so.
Oh, is that your flashlight? What is in your hand? Wait, what is this? Power socket? Wait, why is there a power socket
I have
over
no
here?
idea. But there's a portal right here.
Oh, probably so you can set up like a little, like maybe like a temporary base here. Maybe this is difficult. Okay. Oh no.
Water. Okay, immediately into water. Okay.
Monsters.
Got him. Okay. Ellie, stop that, please.
Oh, we're so strong.
So strong. Power cell. Oh, I can't pick it up. Shit. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. Let's do this for now.
Good evening.
Now I can
Today's
explore.
power
Ooh, there's a
primary
downies.
information in this sector will be
Cell.
using-
Oh
Yeah.
my, what just blew up?
That jump scared me.
What just, like, did that? Oh, the exit portal? It
I
does a
mean,
thing
I'm not
here.
gonna. I feel like normally we would hop right into that like big idiots and then forget all of the stuff back here, right? Like, wouldn't that be like our normal MO? That's what I want to do. So that's what we shouldn't do.
Oh, there's lots of enemies. Ah, there's lots of enemies in
Yeah, I
here.
was about to say I hear a lot of movement here.
Do you have a bandage?
I do. I have 2 of them. 3.
May I have one, please?
Where are you?
I'm coming
go
behind you.
down.
I'm coming behind you.
Okay, I dropped.
Oh, that's where all the enemies
Oh, it made me drop all of them. It made me drop all of them.
Okay, okay. Ah! Nope, he got me. I'm trying to get the bandages.
Oh, this isn't good. Got one. Oh, there's so many more of
Yeah,
them.
there's so
Oh, I
many.
didn't realize
You
there's
can
that many
go-
more
you can
of them.
go
I'm
into
so
the-
sorry.
No, you can go into
Going
the
back.
the
I'm going
vent.
back.
Go into the
Ah, I
vent.
can't run.
Go
I'm
into the
broken.
vent.
I'm dying. I'm dying. I can't. I'm dead.
I need help.
I need help.
All right, I will also get up then. Hi, Boba.
Hi, Boba. Oh yeah,
How do
yeah.
we
Sorry,
get
I didn't realize there was like a whole the
yeah,
rest of
no,
the
there
extended
was a
family was
lot
in
of
there.
them.
I thought like we beat those
Ellie.
2 guys and like we were the champions of the world, my friend. That's
No,
where I
no,
thought,
no.
you know, like I was singing that little song.
It's very unfortunate for you that you thought that.
The lights just turned off for the night as soon as I respawn. I'm going robot hunting. You know what, robot? I think I can take you.
Hi, who are you?
Maybe the
Vanessa-
blacksmith
oh,
knows what
Varsha.
happened to Frake and her team. Last I heard, they were down in the mines. Then the radio died, and all has started.
What's this? Oh, an anamanamananili. An anamanamananili.
Punch me, you little prick. I'll have you know I
You can't- no,
graduated
you
top
can't
of
let
my
her live.
class. But I can't, yeah.
Yeah, you definitely can't let her lick. It's for her own good. They'll get over it.
Damned if you do, licked if you don't. That's what I always say.
Yeah, I've heard him say that before.
Yeah.
All vacant perforations will be resetting in 3, 2,
Oh, thank you so much for the follow.
1. Reset complete.
Okay, so I don't know how to get back. stings.
Master still affecting her as he's flopping around. Oh. And my limbs are all fucked up. I'm getting this code.
Can you help me?
Oh, come on.
I reckon you know what
Ellie.
you need to do. And if you don't, well, don't look at me.
Nope. I'm going.
Hey, man. I don't know who the fuck you think you are. But I am not the one, Mr. Monster. I just killed a fucking robot, I'll have you know. Just because I felt like it. Not even I didn't even have a reason to, Mr. Bug. Just a sick fuck like that.
It's messing with her bad. Yeah, some of them like just do not know how to function. She's gonna have to go through that in a bit.
Bioscrab. Oh, like getting fixed. On like the shots and stuff. Whole first round.
Finally. Okay. This way. Okay. No, she has not been going to work with me.
She's work sized, I don't get it.
Yeah, well,
She's the
apparently...
fucking size of a stapler.
Apparently, that's just too fucking big, I guess.
It's like your dog paperweight size. That's like illegal.
I know.
They're gonna tell you, what are they gonna tell you? You can't put paperweights on your ducks next?
Yeah.
Sorry, your paperweight has to take a shit. Like, that's fine. That's normal.
Yeah, and the worst part is she literally stayed in, like, my desk drawer most of the time.
Yeah. But he's still bringing his dog to work.
Oh, he still brings his dog to work. And other people get to bring their dogs to work. I literally think it's because she's a little dog and he probably thinks that, like, she needs a lot of...
I mean, like, I like to talk about the horrific scientific implications of us making small animals, but, like, I don't think you should, like, unilaterally hate on people's tiny dogs, you know?
This thing is.
Like, there's a difference between it being a funny bit and, like having, like, some actual weirdo hang-up, you know? And people, I think, have lost that line.
We'll get out of here with that shit. Can you reload any faster, please? Jesus. Yeah, not only does he bring his dog to work, but there's another girl who brings her dog to work, and then this one other guy has started bringing his dog to work, and I'm just like, this is dumb, but I'm not fucking, like, arguing. But I really think it's because she's a little dog, and because everyone who brings their dogs has big dogs. But, like, I'm not letting her, like, walk around free. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that, Wolfie. Yeah, like if one dog like literally had done something, right? Like there's scenarios where it's like, okay, like this is something, but like if there's other people bringing in their dogs and there's not like an associated problem, that's where it's like, you have some. It has to be like a weirdo hang up. But like I also understand where you're coming from, Pink, of like, do I need another fight with the fucking
Right, yeah,
insane
that's what I'm like, it's
people
not
at this
fucking
otherwise cushy job. Like, because I feel like that's the hardest. It's got to be the hardest line in your life. It's like, well, I get to do like a mostly enjoyable thing, but like the people around.
Oh, he's been fucked up lately. I don't know what he's on. He's been all like on a fucking war path.
I was looking in the NYC Reddit, and apparently a lot of street level drug people are doing Fent and K2 mixed.
Holy shit.
I didn't know people were still doing K2. I thought that Spice died, but apparently Spice is still alive.
Ooh, that was scary.
I was reading a whole write-up on it today. I was like, that can't, no. And then I looked into it, and apparently, yeah, K2 Spice never stopped being a thing. Like, that stuff's, like, actually, like, so much more dangerous as far as, like, how it makes people feel psychologically than cannabis. It's unreal.
Yeah, but cannabis is the problem, you know.
Yeah, it really is. Like, I was looking, like, I don't know, like, I'll forever be on the side of, like, why can somebody, like, you have more than, like, a month on the test that they will give you most places between when you could have last smoked cannabis, if your metabolism is fast enough to metabolize the cannabis in a month. Like, it's so... People do Spice when they can get real weed. Illegal states, part of it was... I baked in the article I was reading was about how it got baked into prison culture of people sneaking Spice in because you don't have to use it as cannabis. You can, like, take it in as a paper. Almost like a strip of acid. And sprinkle it on stuff. Now, I didn't go so far as to look into the, whatchamacallit, the science-y bit of that. I was just reading the reporting. So you do always have to fear that there's a little bit of the general drug-based propaganda of it's like, oh yeah, it was fentanyl and K2 and they sprinkled some Molly Percocet on it and we're sipping it out of the lean cup. But yeah, I don't know, it is crazy. I mean, people do crazy drugs though, in general. It's crazy out here. Oh man, I want a headlamp so bad. I'll be so strong when I get that headlamp. Probation or parole, yeah, the K2 especially, and again, that falls back to treating cannabis totally differently.
Ah, a man.
Look, this place ain't healthy.
Yeah, no
I'm
shit,
keeping an
everything's
eye
glowing
on it
green.
Because someone's got to. And Frey could kill me if something went wrong. Things are bad enough already. But you need to head through the mines to the surface tunnel. There's no reason to stick around here.
Ooh, what do I do here? Can I shoot that far? I mean, guns could shoot that far, but...
Okay.
I'm gonna teleport over here. Where do I go?
Oh man, Nat launcher.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, what?
That is indeed a new recipe.
I'm sorry, what? There's a laser? Hi,
A laser?
I'm back. I got
Hello,
shot by a fucking
laser.
laser turret or something.
Pinxel forgot about gravity.
Yeah, because it shot me back. It hurts. It hurt me.
Rebar, screws, energy brick.
It hurts.
Yeah, those things, it hurts.
Why am I stuck? That's weird. Okay.
Whoops, there goes gravity. Yes.
It's true.
It's true. Oh, there goes Rabbit. Oh, hey, did you put it in your backpack I got you? No, you don't think you did. There's a better backpack in that one.
What?
Security pack. You have a better backpack in here.
Whoa.
Bottom left. I think I did it right at the very end.
Where does backpack go?
I'm pretty sure
right
that's
there.
bigger, I think.
Hell yeah.
I think I snagged it for you at the very end of the last one. I'm glad I caught that.
Hell yeah.
I think I was like EP, and I was like, hey, yeah, it's in that thing. If you
Yeah, if you need it, it's in the thing.
I need a power brick. I want to make this fucking hammer. I want to make this really smashy hammer. Let me make it.
I gotta get my stuff back again.
To power
Mom
your
spaghetti.
Mom
On this
spaghetti.
sweater already.
I'm a little spaghetti boy. Okay, crafting. Energy brick. Oh, you have to make the circuit board. Case fan, PSU. Okay. Circuit board, yeah, got him. Got him. Where my little fans at? Case fan, got him. Power supply unit, got him. Oh. I was just looking at weapons. There's so many things that I could learn how to make right now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, storage crate medium? I guess I'll learn how to make that. Okay, so we need a power cell. And we need the recipe for a hose, I think.
A hose?
Could probably be yeah, like a corrugated, stronger version of the regular hose. I'm looking through my recipes right now. And that seems to be the gate for the next security unlocker, at least. The hacker thing, you know. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. Nameable positional marker.
Here.
Crafting bench can get an upgrade too, it looks like. With some stuff that we have relatively accessible. That rebar. Another LCD screen which we can build out.
Get back in here though.
Okay, I kind of want to make this, but also this is stronger. I got an upgrade.
Oh, how am I always full? I remember where I was. Parts of palm noodles? Ooh. That sounds interesting.
We need paper scrap.
an email to me.
Did we have a refrigerator?
Yeah, in the kitchen.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was just having nom flashbacks.
Fair.
A bunch of sody pop I can put in here too. Red black of snacks. Shut up, nerd. You won't get snacks talking like that. Not for me, at least. Yeah, I said it.
Clearance
I said what I said.
I have insufficient clearance. Excuse me.
I've got a new bonking stick.
New bonky? That's fun.
Yes, it is the thermal mallet.
Thermal mallet. That's pretty cool.
You can charge it, and I guess that sets stuff on fire when you hit it. I don't know. We're gonna find out when I start hitting stuff. Hi, Kurt. How are you today? Egg noodle. Well, you can store stuff on the tram.
Yeah. Oh, you can't go back through the portal with this. That seems late. I'll come back. It's taking forever for this room to cool down. Hey, buddy.
Hello. Sorry. Yeah, I want to try my bonker.
Let's go then. Let's go back through the portal.
Hit him with the bonk. Oh, yeah, I gotta get my body.
Yeah.
Gotta get my body.
Oh yeah,
Where
my
is
ammo's
that
in.
body?
My ammo's in the other world.
Spaghetti squish.
Sauce and cheese.
Oh, I forgot
Yeah,
about the
my
water.
mom usually makes spaghetti sauce pasta with like a white sauce, like a butter sauce.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Gordon.
Did you get all of your stuff, or is that stuff you can't carry anymore?
I feel good. My human skull and a bunch of food, essentially. The skull was very important to me.
Oh, come on. He's got to be close to dead. I shot him like 4 times. Right at the top. Be careful.
Got my shield. Where are you, little bozo? Got one. There's a second one.
Nice.
Ah, you're new. What are you made of? Give me your body parts. I'm gonna eat them or use them for
Give
science.
me your body.
Raw Exor heart. I think
this
that's
is
part
up
of
and down.
something.
He's... Oh, a man! Ah! Ah!
Uppy.
So many men! Ah!
I'm coming. I don't know how.
Go to the... There's a lift. There's a lift.
Okay.
What language are they speaking?
This is clearly not the lift. So you can keep chasing me, little guy, but I'm trying to find my friend real quick. I think I found the button for the lift. Oh, lift's one way, buddy. Oh no, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Hi.
Got you. I got you.
Thank you.
Need a bandage? I don't have any. I gave them all to you.
I do.
I've got a shield, you idiot. Smartest decision of my life. I have no torso.
You aren't losing blood. Okay, good.
Oh wait, you need a snack? I got nachos. Had in my pocket this whole time, you weird little eepy guy. I would not be sleepy in this scenario. I don't care how many days I've been in here. I'm pretty sure the adrenaline
I would
still
be
juicing.
tweaking, yeah.
Oh, a new species of alien, Gordon.
What is the goal in this game? Survive and craft.
Yeah. Same as every other game. You can catch me and Pink playing together. There is but one type of game.
I don't see a way over here. This doesn't open as far as I can see. And then this is goop. What happens if we touch the goop?
Oh, the goop's gonna kill you, Pink. You should know that. It's definitely I'm gonna kill you colored.
No.
That they would be. Oh, an end game? I don't think we're particularly aware.
I'm just fucking with you. It's a survival craft game, but see, like, my goal is right here. Find the surface tunnel. So, like, there is, like, something to do. We're not very far quite yet. Oh, yeah, here it is.
I just saw that laser. I just saw that laser and it hit me.
Some water would be good.
Yeah, so if you're familiar with the Half-Life series, it's essentially a pastiche of Half-Life 1, where you're trapped inside of a dark science facility as aliens start portaling in from another world. And you're trying to get your way out while getting more of the story from the various people that were trapped within the science facility. A pickaxe. Oh no, a pickaxe. That's a new item.
Go on.
Ew, new compendium data. Perforation bees. What are those? No, I'm bleeding out.
In your bed?
No. You've been stung by an insect. I found a new enemy.
Oh no.
It's down where we got attacked by the family of dogs.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on. That is. Ellie, stop.
I'm making lots of noise, so it's easy for you to find me. I see you with my eyes. Now pretend you're a Fallout Boy song. It's down, down.
Color.
From where we were in an earlier round, I believe.
An earlier round. Sugar, we're going down. Swinging. Oh, wait, are you
I'm
in
not
the
swinging
goo?
at all. Yeah, I'm downtown. I'm downtown. I'm downtown Goo Town. I'm like where we fought those guys. The little boys we fought. The little guys,
boys.
you know. A very recent war against the boys.
I don't think I'll make it to you. I am throwing up. Why?
Oh, you will. I'm like only like I still have a third left.
Color.
Oh man, I remember when I heroically saved you.
Oh, I'm dying from hunger and thirst.
How did you get killed?
I died from hunger and thirst. Ellie, get in your bed. I was throwing up though. I wonder if I was like had radiation poison or something.
Rabiation.
Gay
babyation.
I had gay baby poisoning.
Babyation poisoning, yeah. It's very common.
Fatal.
Gay babying poisoning. Well, see, the problem is now I have a big old pile of stuff to go pick up.
Oh, I have so many piles of stuff to pick up.
And I'm gonna go pick up even more. All right, let's get all this shit out of here.
Yeah, we need somehow
where I'm going.
to have more inventory. Like, I know we just got new bags, but we need.
I was gonna say you actually like seconds ago upgraded your inventory.
No, it's not enough.
Oh yeah, I get it.
I need more. I need more all the time.
What's more the carry weight? I think that's fucking us right now. We just have to get better.
Mine is definitely inventory spacious.
Yeah. You're over there carrying around paper scrap, aren't you? You got like stacks of fucking.
Oh, so many stacks. It's actually entirely paper scrap.
2x4s. That's it. Everything we have 1,000 of.
LA. Yes, exactly. Why can't I respawn? Oh. Because of the giant question on the screen asking me where I want to go.
Yeah.
LA.
Oh, you know what's even funnier? I just went to the wrong side. That's why the other one said it was locked. Hello, tram's getting ready to leave. Hello? Hello, tram's... Hello? Hello, tram's at the station. Oh, alright, I got it. I'll see you later.
Power your projects when the lights go out.
Sorry, I'm saving everyone's ears because I'm muting while my dog is freaking.
Oh. Just shake her. Isn't that why you got a little one? So they're easier to shake?
That makes it worse, trust me.
Oh. But it is easier to shake them with the size, right? Like you just.
Oh yeah.
it's all shaking up.
Definitely.
Like
Definitely
a
shake
baby in a
soon.
blender. Yeah. Made me go backwards. How did that happen? That was terrifying because I was not aware that I was going backwards there. I thought I was in a time loop. See this? This is a ham. You could have made one of these hammers. I should have probably made you one, but no, you had the cool gun, so I needed something. I didn't really have a personality trait.
Exactly. I'm the big strong one here.
Yeah. You are the alpha. I'm on my Sigma shit. Is this ride longer this time? Going somewhere else?
Yeah, that's what happens when you actually go the whole way. Don't get turned around. Don't get fooled again.
Huh.
Leia.
There they are!
Stop!
We will destroy.
Bro, imagine just getting fucking rocked like that. Just imagine that's how you go out. Like, that would be fucking terrible. Like, you've got a gun and everything. And you just get fucking spear and hammer. Beat to death. Hey, man. Ow, ow, ow. That's my head and body. I need those. How come your friend didn't drop a gun for me? That's what I want to know.
Location empty.
Oh god, no, don't quit. God, this is disgusting what we're doing to these people. Here, take this 9mm ammo if you have your gun on you. I don't know what he's got going on.
So I literally every time I go to unmute, she starts barking again. So I don't know what to do here.
He's a little squeaky baby. It's fine. I don't know what you should do either, but I don't really. I mean, I quite literally don't have a dog trace.
Oh, I got a bigger backpack. Oh, hey, sir! I just killed your friend.
I do not have any sort of healing. I do not have a firearm, and these people most certainly do have firearms.
Ellie, stop it.
Assistance.
I hope I can live in the walls. Run around, live in the walls, they'll never find you.
Dr. Derek Mance, Cascade. If she is correct, Dr. Newman's proposed dark lens should greatly enhance the range and efficiency of our perforation events. She has discovered a way to harness the bosonic properties of certain antiverse.
The bosonic properties? Oh man, I know all of those. I'm full.
You know all about the bosonic properties, it's true.
Oh. This is so terrifying without a gun, TBH.
Unknown facility access detected. Caution advised.
The air don't feel no different. Knock that shit off. Sir.
This is like I literally am full gremlin in the walls on these guys right now. Like one went to go across my path, and like we have stealth as a stat.
Yeah.
So like I feel like I just like snuck up behind him and I scared him and he ran off and like a piece of scrap broke off of him, like a piece of cloth.
Oh, is it the little rat guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, they drop stuff as they run around, I've noticed.
New Wednesday show yet? Oh, that explains some of the things I've been seeing on Reddit.
No sir, I'm outies. Goodbye. Holy shit, was that a rocket launcher? Wendy's even has a new thing out for it. Yeah, I saw something about that, like the new season was coming, but I haven't watched it yet.
That's the last season, so I think it would only be right if I missed this season, you know? Ow, bro, that's rude as fuck, man. I wasn't trying to mess with your being a dumb bitch operation you had going on over there. Why can't I just break fucking boxes in peace? Dumb gun-toting moron.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm heated. Fucking patriot. I'm sick of getting treated like I'm not one.
Ellie.
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. Immured Subject 184. These Xers, or the Xor as Lenora, Dr. Riggs insists on calling it, is a highly aggressive, bipedal humanoid originating, we believe, in Antiverse 2. We've now tracked 184 through the 4 known stages in its life cycle, and intriguingly, several divergent adult forms. How or why it attains these forms, we are yet to determine.
So, new monster. A new monster.
Warning. The safety rating of this sector is now
That's the lift.
-4. Please exit this sector via the main service tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
Well, I need to get back into the walls. I got enough stuff to craft a crafting bench over here. I think once we start building in their territory, it becomes our territory, you know, and then they're gonna have to suck me.
That's literally just how that stuff works.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna do more of that then.
That's how it works. You take over and then you say, this is mine now. You just show up and you just put your stuff down and then it just becomes yours.
It's funny because I actually, in my daily yelling at strangers online that I use that exact example of yeah, you can't just walk into someone's house and set your shit down and be like, I live here now. I mean, you can.
Squatters, yes, squatting apparently, you can't kick squatters out. That's crazy to me.
Well, there's all kinds. It's one of those things where it goes in both directions in a fucked up way. The squatters' rights are there because landlords are dickheads, and then landlords justify being dickheads because they're the reason the squatter rights are there. And it's like neither system works out well. It's heinous.
Just hop on
heinous.
Fuck landlords, eat them all. DrJMcB special.
Ride the rails to wherever you want to go. As the tram system predates this facility, We ask that in
Steel
order to
cable. That's
guarantee your
new.
safe
Oh, that's a lot of new
What's
stuff. I need to get
this?
the fuck out of here.
Where's fiber optic cable? Fiber optic cable. Do we make that or do we find that?
I don't know what anything is anymore, you know.
Where? Ah, come on.
Something has awoken you. I'm feeling distinctly and Hydra, shut the fuck up.
I just got an SMG. So that's cool. Do I have any?
Being stalked by a weird monster.
A potato? Can I eat it? Consume. I'm a potato. Okay, now I'm back here. Okay. Now, how do I go back here again? Not that way.
You're carrying too much stuff. Shut up! I don't know where the exit is. That's why we're in this situation. Here, I'll drop all of this wood that I don't need.
I found it's over here.
Hello, I need that. I need help.
Hi. Come this way.
I have so much stuff. Is
Okay,
there
and then we
exit?
go
Oh
this
my God.
into this hole, yeah.
Oh
we
yeah, this hole
go.
was made for me.
Yeah, here we go. Now we go goodbye. Oh, here's the
That
like,
body's
this
got
is
all
your
kinds
loot.
of food on there that's probably rotted. That's all I can take from that. Oh no.
Anyone?
Are you fucking kidding me?
How's he bad?
I got you.
I'm over here.
I got you.
Thank you. That's kind of bullshit.
It's telling me I'm literally too heavy to jump. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
we might have to
scream.
go through the vent this way. Yeah. There's the portal.
Pig, do you have
over
any
there.
beverage on you?
No, but there's enemies in here, so we gotta be careful.
Oh, okay. That's gonna help with my thirst. For death.
And we can just kind of like run over to the portal.
Is that our way out?
Yeah.
That's with our way in.
Yeah, but we came in the portal, now we leave.
Oh.
See? Now we are back. Go this
This
way.
guy.
And then we go this way, and then we go back on the tram.
I believe they have been watching us for years.
Back on the tram!
I have no run energy. I'm so slow. There's little fucking bows that are just walking in the background over there when they could be shooting me in the neck.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, I wish you guys could see
Hello.
that. Hello, you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go!
My pockets are so full. So I think we might have the stuff to do. The upgrade. The, one bench.
Hmm. We have to get a fiber optics cable.
Yeah, I think that might be the cable I was talking about making. I think I know how to make it.
Okay. Gordon Freeman from Half-Life. Oh my gosh, so full. So we have rebar now too. Rebar McIntyre.
Okay. I'm very surprised we made it out of that alive. TBH, TBH.
Really?
Oh, when worn, you
We're
gain construction
gamers,
EXP
come
faster on the hard hat. Interesting. Okay. Enhancement bench needs a controller. Oh wait, I think we might be able to build this enhancement bench for the next layer. I think, holy shit, there's so much stuff I need to learn how to build.
I know, so do I. Really? It's not it either? Crazy. Okay. A hazard cart, eh? Restoring hazardous materials without leaking radiation. That makes sense.
I perceive a distinct lack
I like
of
radiation.
snacks.
Same.
Oh, that's why my shit was going up so fast. The suit blocks radiation, but increases thirst. I guess I'll file that with the filing cabinet.
I love when they get the 4 options are like the only 4 options they give you. Learn this recipe, but what are the ingredients? Only the 4. Ooh, a cart with headlights. Reinforced hose.
Yeah, we should be able to make that. I have all the stuff to make the reinforced hose in my inventory except for screws. Just sitting in my pocket.
Crates.
Ripe.
Medium storage crates.
Mm-hmm. Reinforced hose.
Some hose. A transmogrifier. Allows scientists to change the appearance of their gear as well as their body. Interesting. Okay. Hazard cart. What's this? Oh, I have.
I'm gonna BRB real quick.
Yeah. All right. How do we make military electronics, or do we get military electronics from them? That would make sense, but I don't know. Because the military electronics are how you do the level 2 hacking device. But how do we make these? Reinforced plank and plastic scrap. Okay. I'm not jumping for anything. Trying to eat my fried rice. Andy, I don't know if you're here and you're listening, but you inspired me to get fried rice for dinner. And it was delicious. But Walter just gone. Cooking, cooking, cooking. Cooking, cooking, cooking.
Okay.
Cooking.
Cookie,
Said I was
cookie,
gonna cook
cookie.
some meat while you're gone, but you're back already.
Well, you can. I'm
Oh, yeah.
not, you know.
I am. I am.
I brought a lot back. I think that one whole corpse was just full of food. What was deliciosa? Nothing for me.
Oh, my Chinese food. Andy came in and she was like, oh, my fried rice was so good. And I was like, fried rice sounds banging. So that's what I ordered. And that's what I said while you were gone. I was like, Andy, I don't know if you're here, but that fried rice was banging.
Have we found any leather scrap?
Leather scrap? I don't remember finding any, no.
Okay, because I need some. I wonder if maybe that's from like scrapping.
Or yeah, maybe you make it from animal something or...
Yeah. Oh yeah, that could be true. You might be right on that one with the smashing up animal bits.
Yeah. And can we look in the... Is there like things in the journal that tell us what we know? Crafting. Can we... Okay, leather? No.
I think it's base, because I think anything that, what's up, Jojo?
Jojo, thank you so much for the follow. They are anonymous, but I say that's you, so thank you.
Yeah, I don't fucking... I don't know.
I don't know.
Because it's for this... I want to make the fucking stronger level of forge helmet. When bullets will bounce off if you have two pieces. That sounds great.
I did, Jojo.
What made you play this game? Yeah, it was pink. It was pink, but like I'm glad to play it. It's a fun game. I don't know. I think everyone gets this way from time to time. Like sometimes you get stuck on a game. Sometimes you get stuck on a game and don't actually want to play the game.
Yeah. Experiencing severe stomach pains. You must eat soon. Well, about that. Look at that. I just made a thing.
Oof, I don't feel good at all.
I wish food would just... I wish I could just eat nutrient paste. TBH. Yeah, I love that idea for me.
I'm throwing up. Throwing up all over the food that I'm cooking. It's amazing.
Because of the protein, or the nutrient paste.
Do we have the radiation pill things?
Oof, I don't
Yeah, there's a whole thing of them, and then there's a radiation suit if you look with that on. Oh wait, we can build a jump pad.
Stop. Well, I was sick with radiation poisoning. That's why I was throwing up.
Oh, why'd you do that?
Because I have radiation poison.
Why'd you do that?
Because I'm cooking this radioactive food, so it's no longer radioactive.
You got cooked? Bozo!
Bozo.
I'm so funny.
Okay, I need to cook so much faster.
My glucose levels are dire.
My glucose levels are dire. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we need to get a steady flow of water somehow. There's got to be a purifier or something.
Maybe we can turn our piss.
Oh my gosh, you're so
That
smart.
probably is what it is, because
just
like
boil the
I forgot that we have to. I forgot that there's a shitting mini game.
There's a shitting. Yeah, it's true.
We've just been undernourishing our character so much that we haven't noticed.
Ellie, lay down.
Liquid, please.
Liquid, please.
There's literally drinks in the fucking container next to me, and I'm not drinking them. You're dying from thirst. Shut up. Whatever. Which one is it? Drinks like a big baby. Like you're sitting in a rolly chair. I've never once died in my rolly chair, okay? And I've been pretty thirsty here.
I've literally eaten 3 things. How am I so hungry? Ellie, stop. Stop. Come on.
How you get hurled into the sun, baby puppy?
Ow.
Okay, wait, no, hold on. Do we still have the 2 hearts in there? Do we still have 2 extra hearts in there?
Yes.
Oh man.
Here. They're in my
No, we
inventory,
don't.
No, they're right here. They're right there. Yeah, they're here.
I don't know if we can do this. This is an upgrade to let us passively take stuff for the crafter. I knew it was
Ooh.
for something.
Stand. So how do we get that? Do we make those? Do we get those?
You know?
Interesting. Okay, so can we just go pick one up?
Yeah, I
With
think we
the-
can. I think we just go to. I think those are outside of reception. There's one. You might need a screwdriver to disassemble it.
Yeah. Or a wrench.
If my brain's braining correctly.
Thirsty though. So thirsty. So what's going on?
I didn't turn it on. It's just probably finally above 74 or whatever I turned it up to.
Last one. Ellie. Really?
Okay. Really? Do you want the shield?
No.
My old one? You hate shields? You said
I
I
hate
know you shields.
shields. I hate shields. I want them all to die.
That's so crazy. I'm such a shield gamer.
I'm not. I'm not a shield gamer. I need metal scrap. Wait, does it work for this too? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Ellie.
Nothing will remain.
Ready to bust these fools up once I take a little nappy.
Nothing will remain.
Fighting the robot over there?
No, I'm fighting a dude. Killed him though.
Wait, they're over here in our space now?
Yeah, I heard like a whole bunch of shooting and I was like, what the fuck's going on? That's what it was. That's what it was.
This sector will be powered down momentarily.
Look what I made.
What?
Consider this your top.
Oh, that's pretty dope. Oh, it's a big jump too.
Figure that might
That's
help.
cool.
We're going. I also got a fucking doubled my damage.
And your
Nice.
safety depends on it.
Oh wait, how do you do that? Here, right? Yeah. Filthy. I'm filthy.
The gate cascade.
Beep, beep. Beep,
beep.
Beep. Are you not sleepy anymore? Good job, little guy. You did it. No! Wait for me!
I'm sitting. I'm sitting.
I just had my little nap. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, please don't point a gun at me. I promise I'll get the trap moving right away. Stop pointing that gun at me. I can see.
Oh no, it's just for my own safety, you see.
If I don't point the gun at you, I feel very, very nervous.
Bing.
Oh, if you hold down X, it brings up all your heals.
Oh, that's cool.
I just saw it because I was like, what's that next to my body? And then I did it
yeah.
with my iodine tablets.
These guys gonna be back? No, doesn't seem like it.
I need liquid.
You're dying from thirst.
Not again.
I need water. Water. I need water.
There should be a vending machine down there somewhere. I think that's how I survived. Bro, we literally just had snacks. You're quite literally lying. Like, you just had snacks.
You're quite literally lying.
Like, I don't like my video game characters
I need
gaslighting
water
me.
desperately. Desperately, it says.
Clearance insufficient.
There's gotta be water.
Okay, that's not fair. That fucking weapon sucks. I was tricked.
Who are you, Hank?
Take a look
No, let me
around.
go
It's a
stunlock
free
you.
facility. Kinda, but you got better places to be, right?
I found water.
Enemy!
No, no, no.
We will destroy you and you will be.
Wait, does that not hurt him?
Assistance, anyone?
I don't think that the wrench does anything to them.
Target!
Oh, not me. I'm not target. I'm just a little guy. Thank you for recognizing that. But if you would like to come down this ladder, maybe we could talk about it.
I'm coming over here.
Do the sick.
These readings make no sense.
Almost touch you. I can almost touch you. I can almost touch you. I can touch you. Oh, if we had the rad suit, I bet you could walk right into that dude.
Whoa. Whoa. Who shot at me? Ellie, stop. Go lay down. Go lay down. Stop. Stop.
I think the fact I need to do. Yeah, I agree. I want the paste. Give me paste. It's my nutrient paste and I want it now.
Attention, this sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
It never fails. As soon as I unmute, she starts working again. And then
It
eventually
works.
make it and
I
then
can
eat
tell.
it. Yeah, it's unfair to have to.
She's so smart. You're such a smart
Yeah,
dog.
she knows. Yeah. She knows.
It's crazy.
She knows what she's doing. Very frustrating, but she knows what she's
Here at the
doing.
gate cast.
Alright, can you? Can I just get here from here? Can I just get here from here? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was having that kind of like a similar conversation earlier, Nikki, with Grandma about how like, yeah, I would love to eat more fresh vegetables, but like also like vegetables spoil very quickly, and that's literally part of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't realize that like the way we buy groceries has kind of become not normal, and we never really adjusted or discussed it as a society. But like, it's cool. It's whatever. It's fine.
Manufacturing West. There's the, what you call it, tram thing, tram thingy thing.
I'd head for the garage and go from there if I were you. You can't miss it. Just be careful. These guys ain't messing around.
No shit, radio.
These guys ain't messing around.
Thank you for the follow. Power cell. Oh, that's huge. I think that's actually something we need.
A power cell?
I think that's something we need. Oh, and I got murdered as soon as I stepped up.
Can't go in any of these doors, and there's men over there. Oh, oh, oh!
Oh, that's where I was? Shit.
Who is shooting me? Like everybody? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's how I just went down. TBH, TBH. Oh, that was a bad choice. What was that? Oh, I can see you. I can come save you, I think, as long as they don't gun me down. Oh, my ankles.
Yeah, no, there's a chest in there that the second I walked over to interact with it, everybody turned on me and started firing.
I mean, like what? Like you probably didn't even murder that guy, and if you probably their fault.
That's crazy that everyone just like completely just.
That's crazy. That's like,
ham.
but it's wrong of them.
It's very rude of them. I know.
Disrespectful.
What's the point of kick if none of these doors open?
I think to platform predators and sell crypto. Oh wait, you mean like the the cane kicking?
Yeah. The action of kick.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking of that other notorious kick.
Keep your certification up to date and keep
I've been listening to their transmission. Military, government, works. Who the hell are they? I can't understand half of what
Did you get owned again?
But like, I don't understand
Did
how
you,
like
did you get owned in the marketplace of ideas yet again? I think.
Yes. Yes, I did. Understand why, like, I'm just so bad.
Well, I don't think you're bad. They're cheaties. We've always known that they've been cheaties. I think you
I
forgot.
don't like cheats. It's mean. Alright,
You need to get a
man.
move on. I can't last out
Where are
here
you, sir?
forever.
Come here. Got him that time. I got him that time.
That's right, little man.
Yeah. Got him.
Fucking got him.
Fucking got him.
Get fucked, bozo.
or push material
Oh, this is a cute
wherever it
little
needs
area.
to go. So keep your certification.
What?
Coming for you, little man. I'm coming for you.
Oh.
I'm getting all this sprinting EXP too from running over there. You can kill me, but you can't kill my bar of items that I keep on me. That's what I've always said.
Yeah, I've heard him say it many times, guys. What the hell was that?
The helly?
What the hell?
Hostile.
How are you always beating me with your winning? Oh, it's because my fucking my bonk stick's not charged.
Your bomb's
You ain't even
not
got
charged.
You ain't even got no bonk charger over here. Try to hit him with the peccary club. Yar, what's up, Noogie? Yar, I give him a dang old yar.
Something has awoken me. A man!
You were bad.
Sir, just pass away already. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution.
Oh, hey, I got someone's arm.
Oh, hey.
Didn't know you could get one of those.
Ooh, a message? A massage?
Se vamos a day.
Woohoo!
IS-173.
Oh, you got that one
aptly named Pest.
Apparently you got
is
that
intriguing
one.
in part for the similarities it bears to so much early life on Earth. Based on certain genetic parallels, and indeed its genetic structure, Dr. Pendleton has identified some striking similarities to early life on Earth. But until we gather more information, Her theory remains a theory at best.
Well,
Her
damn,
theory
bro.
remains a theory at best.
Whatever you say, Mr. Neckbeard. I don't know if I trust you.
Class 2 hacker. Alright, we need to. Ah! Oh, I'm definitely gonna die. Oh, I'm definitely gonna die. No, there's one of the teleporty big guys here.
Well, don't do that.
I didn't mean to. Damn.
I said, well, don't do that.
Oh, I bled out. Ellie, stop. Ellie, stop.
Almost fell in that hole. Oh yeah, I'm not making your queue, I don't think.
No, you don't have to. I was trying to fix my dog. Don't worry about me. Yeah, just fix her live on stream.
Don't you worry about me. Oh wait, do I not have a hacker? Because we need a...
I have that level 1 hacker. We need to make the level 2 hacker.
There's one down here. Like by the entrance, right by where that crashed car is. Wait, am I close enough to grab you? You might be on my fucking line of vision. Yeah, you're right in front of me. Holy shit. Hey, what's up?
Oh. Cool.
That's not a big guy. That's a little guy.
No,
you gotta be a little guy?
Oh
Okay,
God,
Pink. Alright, I saved the day. Don't worry. I beat up the little guy for you. Can you open this door for me?
Which one?
Sorry you were struggling over there. Need a big, strong man like me to...
Which one?
I lost it completely. Hold on. It's over by where the crashed car is. The entrance to this fucking area. Yeah, it's over here. Beep.
Cool.
And that opens another pathway through, I think. I think that's the door I walked up to earlier.
Nice.
Yeah, I think did we just walk by a ton of shit whenever that like we'd never fucked with?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to double check I wasn't the only one seeing that with my eyeballs.
Where's the cart? Took the cart now. Where? Not that way. It's gotta be this way. There it is, I think. Oh. What is all this? Okay, I literally have no idea where I put it.
Okay, we need a power source. I think I have enough stuff to set us up a crafting room.
Okay.
I need ethanol or I need duct tape. One or the other. Everything else in my dang old pocket. Dead as hell, old man.
Dead as hell.
You dead as hell, kiddo. Up there it is. There's the duct tape. That means we can get a little thing going on.
Okay, so all of these are open now. Yeah, and then we need the level 2 hacky.
Okay, so I'm still too shy on that, and I need a little pipe.
What do you need?
Too shy on duct tape and pipe. Yeah, there's a
Uh.
bunch of pipe over here. There's a pipe spawn somewhere. Oh, this whole room's fucking got powered. Going through it. Stapler. You are too shy, Dirge. Why do you stream? I'm a very shy guy. Very shy guy.
He's so shy.
I'm a man of many.
Perhaps.
You know. Little shy guy.
Little shy guy.
I'll be going soon. I'm sure Frake's worrying about me.
Frake's not worrying about you, dude. You've been shitting down here for like a month. We haven't played this game in at least that long. Frake hasn't saved you before. Frake won't save you again.
He ain't saving you now.
I'm just a little guy. Yeah.
Just a little guy. Oh, I gotta go shit. I gotta do my little shitting game.
I still haven't had this shit. I think my character's blocked up. I really just want to be able to put a second crafting bench down somewhere. So I feel like we're stronger and tougher and smarter, you know? Like we're you know, making what I would describe as money moves.
You are a danger to
No. Goodbye. I was almost dead, but I ran away.
We are too strong to kill, thank you. We're very fast and easy.
Fast and strong.
Oh. This room's got some stuff going on.
Mapping center.
Teleporting rats?
Residence trail.
Oh, they turn purple.
I found another portal, another big man in front of it. No, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to offend you, Mr. Large Man.
I had no health! No!
I had no intent to harm you.
I know, I literally turned around and booked it, like, before I even aggroed him, but I guess it was not enough.
It was too much for him. He was like, no, I'm
like,
done with you.
You've already offended me with your presence.
I can smell you from here. I feel like it's kind of off character for me to be living in the wall, for you to be charging in every time.
I know. What happened here?
Who are we?
Our roles got switched somehow. It's a level 2 hack. No. I'm gonna bleed out. Let me at least get closer to the thing. The tram.
I'm right by you if you bleed out, by the way. I'm literally standing next to you.
Yeah,
You
no,
just
see you. I
ran
see
right
ya.
by me.
Alright, I wanna. What do we need for the class 2?
I've got everything now. To make the bench, I think. No, it's ethanol, not fucking fuck you, man! I need fucking goddamn you, bitch! Hydrochloric.
Hydrochloric acid?
No, that's what he had, but that's not what I needed to make the fucking other. I need 2 pieces of duct tape. That's all I need. I mean, that's the only reason why I haven't gone back is I feel like there's 2 pieces of duct tape here. There has to be. But I found 2. You need 4, and I have 2.
Mm-hmm.
I found a whole corner full of canned peas even over here. There's like 4 canned peas over here, and like a bunch of pipes and a power source. They're like, come live over here. Oh, come on! You did not hurt your leg even remotely badly. For being woke.
Stop
yeah, summon another
being
train.
woke. Yep.
And electrical storage system.
Alright, I am home.
Wait, hold on. Wait, that's the glue. That's not that's not what we need. Okay. Okay,
I'm giving
whatever.
up. It's not home.
Are you coming to bring the thing?
Oh yeah, no, I'll come back and stuff for sure.
Does that fix my map issue? No, the map's still weird. Why are you like that? Why do you say there's a map and then this is what you show me? Like, add this to your map. Add what? Nothing? This pile of trees?
Trash? Alright, what do we need for the second hacker thing? Level 2. Oh, we just need 2 reinforced hoses, right? Well, how many?
We should have those. I probably have all that just crafted up.
We can
and
literally
waiting
make
there.
it, so it doesn't matter. Alright, craft.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, now we have a level 2 hacker now. Nice. Alright, I'm coming back. I'm coming back!
Please request a night pass.
How much my cat loves coffee. I just let's say coffee out loud, and she just books it. That's so funny. That's so funny. Guys, I can't believe none of you said anything about my stream title. Can't believe none of you were like, oh my god, pink. Oh my god, pink. I said the factor of this abiotic is this like I cut it off like this duck.
Like this Fair. Yeah, no, I'm 100% here for it.
Duck. Yeah, and nobody
You gotta
was
make sure
like,
you're, yeah.
Pink, are you okay? Pink, are you okay? Pink, what's going on?
Where's your head at, Pink?
Pink,
what's
going on?
You're so crazy.
You're so crazy and quirky. I can't with you. You're
on your
so
head.
quirky.
We say the word dia. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
This
I mean, it's not like they're still saying dick, Jojo. You do realize that, right? Like that's just how people spell stuff on the internet. So it's funny.
I would
right?
never
like,
say
dick. You had to get all ASMR with it, Pink.
No, I just didn't want anyone to hear me saying it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I just didn't want anyone to hear me.
You're carrying a lot of stuff.
You don't know
Shut
what
the fuck up,
my
game.
chat would say about me.
Oh, I know what your chat's like.
My chat is so sweet.
They're little angels, aren't they?
I know. The first time that Dirge and I did share chat, I was like, I don't know, Dirge, your chat's kind of weird sometimes, and they say some weird shit. And he was like, all right, well, my chat, like, will behave, whatever. And then it was my chat who got all fucking weird, and I was like, guys.
You guys,
You're
thank
embarrassing
you.
me.
Honestly, thank you. I very much appreciate it.
You guys are embarrassing.
I'm a fan of your work, chat.
Weird for life. I don't even remember what it was. It was something, and I was like, guys, what the fuck are you even talking about right now?
We weren't like, I'm trying to remember like what if it was like bodily fluids or murders, because it could really go anyway, you know.
I mean, it was gross. That's all I remember. But like, other than that,
yeah.
I would have been disappointed if we hadn't been weird.
Control power.
I mean, fair, you know. Oh.
That's what we opened, I guess.
I hit the wrong button, and I did not mean to. I'm sorry. Great. Dropping off one more time, and then we should go. Wouldn't that just be normal? If that's how all of us are anyways? I know, but it was like, I don't know, like I said, like Dirge's chat has gotten real weird sometimes. Like
yeah, we talk about
weird.
some we talk about some stuff over here.
Yeah.
You know?
And like you guys are weird, but like different kind of weird. Like you guys are gross in a weird kind of gross, but like it can get real fucking weird over there. Especially when he was in his gooner phase, when he would just be like calling everyone a gooner.
Well, listen, that's just I didn't, you know, it's sometimes you gotta let me find my wings.
Exactly. But yeah, you guys are weird as fuck too. Sure.
And there are just so many guys that just respawn
backpack?
all at once. Who, me?
Yeah, you. I have two military back. It's capacity of 24 and a weight reduction of 20%.
Oh, no, sorry, I thought you were talking about something else. I have the radio pack. It reduces the battery usage of your items.
Okay. Okay, coming back. With the
You didn't
level
happen to
2
bring
packer
over-
and an empty backpack. Wee.
Oh, dude, stop. Just stop shooting me. That's
His
fucking
is what I consider normal,
lame.
like yours. Yeah, but okay, so like, and I don't mean this negatively because to each their own, but Dirge gets a little too political sometimes for my taste, and I'll be like, I'll come back in a few. I'll come back later.
Yeah, well, that's like 90% of people that watch me.
Yeah. Again, I don't mean that in a bad
Yeah.
way. It's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
But I'm the first person.
No,
to
I was
tell you
talking.
that I'm
I was talking
completely
about this
ignorant to
yesterday
everything.
as like the idea of like it's very difficult when reality is crushing and awful to go to somewhere for entertainment and then hear like, so yeah, did you hear about the awful thing that happened today? Did you hear about how we're die soon? I mean, I get it. I get that that's not for everybody.
It's not even necessarily that. It's just like I'm like admittedly ignorant to like a lot of things that are going on in the world, and I'm like, oh, I can't participate in this conversation.
Oh yeah, but that's why I try to talk about it, is because like I feel like I mean should be the dumbest person that you feel comfortable going, hey, my fellow dumb, what does this mean, or like what are you talking about? I probably like to hear political yelling. Yeah. I feel like that's the other end of the spectrum. People who don't care about politics at all, and it's like, man, this dude's blood pressure is through the fucking roof.
Yeah, definitely seems that way.
Oh, surprisingly, my blood pressure is perfectly fine. It's a bunch of my other things that aren't so good. It's my brain that doesn't work well. Body, tremendous. Email terminal, this is new. But yeah, I understand. I mean, there's lots of shit where like I feel like, yeah, what am I gonna say, or like, even like, what am I gonna add, or is this a conversation? Yeah, I get it. Exoc Monk, that's a new monster. That's the guy, those are the tall guys. I think from the... all of my fucking weapons are broken.
No, where'd he go? Come back.
There's a sea of monsters.
Oh, he fucking teleports. Oh, I got him.
Tell the boss.
Still gonna bleed out though. Bandages. Need bandages.
Fuck you.
Oh no, where are you? I don't know if I can get you before I bleed out.
All vacant perfect.
Oh, I was dead.
Oh.
Will be resetting in.
Yeah, I was dead.
Probably bleed out on this tram. That's fine. In case I die. Yeah, I knew I was gonna bleed out. I'm still on the tram though.
I'm on a tram and it's going whammy.
No, we don't have a bleed out counter. Come
I've
on,
got
don't
some
be a
analogical shoes. Hello to the hat man. Yeah, that's a good time. Get the bop.
It is a bop.
Lady, do you got any duct tape?
Oh, I think I said don't be a bully. I think is what I said.
Don't be a bully. Do we have a bleed out counter? No, but a death count. We should start doing death counters.
No.
That's well, man. You can tell the death count where the death counter would be at based on Pink's response.
There's no need for that.
Which is a good thing. You've been very strong today. You've been very tough.
There's no need for that.
Hee
Hee hee. How is I being a bully? Because Strat, thank you so much for the raid. We're back in a minute, Dirge.
Hello, good.
Strat, thank you so much for the raid. What were you playing? Black Mesa. Oh, I've heard of that, but I actually haven't seen anybody play that, I think. Hi, Crickets. Welcome in. Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I am playing some Abiotic Factor with my friend Dirge. But welcome in, everybody. If you are new here, if you do not know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want, which includes lots of different things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and pretty much everything in between. I do have a quick little video that I like to show. Nikki already knows. I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see we're about, what you know, what to expect, all that jazz. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friend. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees. Get the bees.
Oh my god. What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Right, thank you so much for the raid, and I totally forgot to say that if you need to raid and run, by all means, please do, but hopefully you know that by now. Okay, I'm back. I built 2 of the medium ones in here. I think we should build more.
Sure, yeah. Live your truth.
Yeah? You're about that life?
Yeah. I'm gonna try to put up like a little thing over in the other zone.
Okay.
Yeah, we're having a radiation storm, huh? I didn't know that was possible inside of a building.
Well, I think it's where we... Is it here too, or was it just where we were?
It's everywhere, yeah. No, it's everywhere.
That's crazy.
Everything's green. Yeah, very green.
I see. That's crazy.
Hopefully, like, I get special powers from the radiation and not just, you know, the normal stuff that happens with it.
Yeah, I mean, that would be nice, right? We do just want, you know, powers and not sickness and our lives being destroyed and that shit.
Okay. Let's go find one of my dead bodies and build a secondary base. A forward outpost, if you will.
Yeah, of course, of course. As it shall henceforth be called. The outpost.
Yeah, you like that? I got my weapons fixed and now I could fucking set you on fire, huh? How you like that, you little fucking teleporting prick, huh? But you don't.
I bet you don't like that shit.
Huh? I bet you... bet you don't quite enjoy that, huh? My human skull I dropped over here. Yeah, we're retracing steps in a great and fun way.
Spooky games are just around the corner. I don't know. I've put so many spooky games as goals, and you guys never hit them. Never, never.
I love spooky season. I think I'm gonna do more gothic stuff this year, though. I think it's gonna be like Symphony of the Night and like.
I just get so.
I was talking about this before, like Blasphemous. I think maybe.
Blasphemous.
Yeah, that's probably something that's up your alley. It's like 2D, but it's like a Soulsy.
Oh yeah, no, I've
People say
seen
it's
slash
Soulsy.
heard of. Yeah.
I need a fucking screwdriver to put this together because why the fuck? Of course I need a screwdriver. Well, but yeah, that's what I need. Cloth scrap. Yeah, I can get that. I can get that. I can get that. Just a little guy. Let me just go get some fucking cloth scrap. Oh, you can find money when you break down the couches. That's actually kind of funny. Oh, a bunch of radiation. Quit being a baby, alright?
Yeah.
Oh, vomiting. Next you're gonna be scromiting. Shut up. Shut up, we'll go over to the P corner.
The P corner. Interesting. I don't know what to do with some of these other things here.
Lemonade till the first day of Halloween. Would you rather that or a pee bottle?
What?
What are a pee bottle? What are my options?
A pee corner or a pee bottle?
This is not good.
The only time a pee corner would be more acceptable, I guess, would be like if you were out in nature and you're like, yeah, that's where we're all gonna go piss. It's still kind of like weird to discuss.
Yeah, why would you have it? Yeah.
We keep all the bears away. You keep a nice little piss line. I don't know. That sounds like something
yeah.
gross if we tell me to do.
Ooh, Radstorm. Okay, can we not? Can we not have this? Can we make this not?
Here at the gate.
Yes, you can use a pee bottle.
Well, yeah, yeah. You just why wouldn't you be able to? You just gotta same as guys. You gotta aim.
Yeah. We can use a pee bottle.
Big girl, I could use a pee bottle.
I'm a big girl. I can use a pee bottle.
You
can't tell me I can't use a pee bottle. Well, that's because she's not brave and she didn't want to get it in her hands.
Well, yeah, I mean, like they don't give like the guys like a pee bottle shaped entrance either for our pee cups. Like it's like a wide mouth pill bottle.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to pee in a lot of cups.
If you don't mind getting a little sprinkle
Special
on your
hat?
hands, then you're good.
They didn't at the place where I had to give pee. We all got the same pee cups. That was in the substance abuse program. We all got the exact same cup.
One cup for all. And for all a good night.
And for all a good night. Yeah, hell yeah, brother. Yeah, dude, it's because of all the radiation. You're gonna die soon. It's fine. Quit being such a big baby, Gordon. Right, I'm kidding. I'll eat more.
Where the hell am I going? There it is. Shit on.
Get shit on!
Get shit on! Your ass!
Yeah, Gatorade is the ideal choice. Once you got as wide of a mouth as like a Gatorade, you're good to go.
I love ammo. Well, I opened this now, so that's good.
Will it not take the scrap shot ammo?
Mm-mm.
That's how they get you.
Hi, Rabbit. How are you? Welcome in. How you doing? Alright, I'm going to... closer, and I think I'll bleed out. The rad storm is not helping.
Oh, you're
Oh, spooky! Holy shit! You moved to the country. That's awesome.
Going to the country.
You're enjoying it, I assume. I hope. Ooh. Hey, I was just literally just trying to get closer and then I was just gonna give up. Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, you know me. I'm just over here doing my damn thing.
I unlocked this one, so now we can go over here. Go over here. What am I gonna do about all this radiation poisoning?
My mouth tastes like
I'm out
the
of.
Sahara.
Oh, it's done. Okay.
Oh, my ankles. Leg injury. Shut up.
This pee bottle.
Now,
combo
now
count
you're
as
setting
weird?
yourself
Nah.
on fire.
That's kind of normal. Power socket.
Does this pee bottle combo count as weird? Thank you, Woofy. Thank you for saying what we hear at the Dirge-McB Defense Association.
Yeah, exactly. I really do much for 4 months and spent 2 months moving. Aren't cheap. Waiting for apartment. Construction finished. Very eventful. Wow. Glad to see you though. It's been forever. I'm well. Well, I guess as well as I can be. I found the surface tunnel that we're supposed to be actually looking for the quest unintentionally.
Well, I've never... Okay, quest. Okay.
Well, you know, the main objective thing that it's trying to get us to do.
Yeah, sounds likely.
I didn't say that we had to. I'm just saying.
Wow.
And caution.
Oh yeah, the fiber optic cables over here.
And enjoy your freedom.
Oh shit. I don't know if that does damage to him or not. No, I was trying to get the ammo right behind his head. Alright, I'm going to...
Hey, I think you got pummeled to death.
Yeah, I was literally hitting him trying to get the ammo behind him.
And they did the...
Look at what that is.
Let me see how close I can get. I completely forgot Twitch existed until I got Xbox Now. That's so funny. Are you excited for Borderlands 4? I haven't bought it yet. I'll buy it, but I haven't bought it yet.
Getting around the Key Cascade Research Facility is...
Let me see how close I can get. I want this ammo that's right behind his head.
And ride the rails wherever you
Oh
want
no!
He's a
Where's my
worker.
savior?
predates this.
Where is my savior?
Oh, but you should never have expected me to be a savior.
Where is my savior? Thank you for the alert, Tess.
And be sure to observe all area-specific precautions.
I'll be there in a minute.
Advisories, alerts, warnings, and/or
Crawling towards my other body, I
and
guess.
cautions for your destination.
Stack 'em on
Yeah, I'm
up.
crawling as far as I can, and then I'll run.
Oh, you're dead? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I don't even know why. Why am I crawling then? I'm gonna get up and try and save you.
No.
Then I can complain later about how I saved you and you never saved me. That's why I do that.
I know it's true. Hi, I'm behind you. Hi.
Oh. Oh, you did the thing I did.
I did. I know I ran out of time. That one was not intentional. Whole department quit. Really? That's crazy. I have the feeling that's gonna happen with my job. That as soon as like some of us start to leave, or one's gonna start leaving. Oh no! What happened?
I got shot in the back of the head by that turret, I believe.
Oh my god. Oh my
Pretty
god.
disrespectful.
I'm gonna bleed out.
How does that work? I've got fucking the glue. The glue should be. This should work. This should work. I should be able to glue. Like he's even doing the thing to show that he's putting the glue on himself. That's crazy. That's crazy. What do they do? Expect me to carry bandages and other equipment to deal with situations like this?
I don't know. Oh,
That's ridiculous.
I'm bleeding out again, but I have nothing from last time, so it's all good. Okay. This way. Okay. Office. What? Oh.
Alright. Fuck that nasty business. I'm going to go do the thing.
What thing?
I'm the thing that I gotta do.
Oh, yeah. That thing.
That
yeah,
thing.
you should do it.
Wait, was this just a walking path? Don't protect this.
Holy shit. That's crazy.
Super illegal. But that's fine now, though, right? Like, we just shred paperwork. That's just like the US now.
Yeah, it's just totally what we do.
Yeah, I don't think what I mean, you might. Yeah, no, you see if you're to us on Twitch, you're definitely poor enough to go to jail for that shit. They'll definitely get you for someone else's white collar crime.
It's not.
But your bosses, they're gonna be fine. They go to jail, their jail will be nicer than your house. You should be able to harvest.
Humans?
Yes. No, I meant that dead robot, but yeah, also people. And I think you can harvest people.
Oh, can you? How do you get from them?
I got someone's arm earlier.
Someone's entire arm. Pretty badass. Alright, I have level 2 clearance now, so what can I hack?
Everything.
Everything. What did it cost?
Everything.
Wait, wasn't there something in here? Oh, this is the way. This is the way. With this. Email terminal. Buying entire block apartments. Barely paying. I hate that, yeah.
We're barely paying his staff. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, those are
my favorites, yeah.
My personal favorite. I spend no time yelling about them. I love landlords with strong ties to the pharmaceutical industry. But sketchy. Like, make it sketchy. Like, make it not like a farm, you know? Because, like, I'm not gonna I ain't got no beef with a pharmacist. Or, like, a doctor. Man, when you're, like, the pharmacist's boss and you're buying up blocks of fucking housing.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking evil. Wait, terminate radiation leak? It just turns off the radiation leak?
I think I tried it before and it was like, it didn't do anything. Oh. Didn't do anything.
Yeah, I made that noise. Yeah, next to me, or are you far away? It's very easy to tell. Yeah, you're pretty far away.
It's okay. I'll try to figure
You
out.
can perish. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I need to make some new armor, is what I need to do. This game looks fun. What's it about? So it's a survival craft, and you are like different. You like work in different parts of the lab depending on which character you choose. And there's like basically like a weird fucking alien outbreak in this lab, and you're trying to figure it out. But it's also a survival craft, so you know, survival craft.
It's just a survival craft. I don't know the story. I just collect resources.
Yep. Yep.
You're carrying a lot of stuff. Thanks, game. I didn't notice.
Right.
I would like to get back with all this lots of stuff.
I wasn't aware of my inventory. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad we agree on that.
So sheep for the first time ever?
That's very fun.
It's really cool. Congratulations on your sheep. Each one your new jam. I know, so many bangers.
It's hard when you're, you know, you got all this going on.
It is. Must be real tough for you.
Hey man, why the fuck are you in here shooting me with your gun? You little fucking... Your gun's for bitches. Why do you have an onk on your belt?
An onk.
Fucking Dr. Fate head ass.
Oh my gosh. All my dead bodies. Okay, just in all these different places. Okay, and then this one's a 2? Yeah, let's go. Hell yeah. Let's go. Open whatever the fuck
And
that
you literally
is.
just open the door as I'm running up to it. Fuck yeah.
Yay!
You're in a safe space, relatively speaking.
Hell yeah. Alright, so how do we get over here now?
Oh, my fucking... Yeah, I built a crafting bench over here.
Yeah, I need to get across here, though. I have to go up and around, I think.
Although this would probably be the superior place.
What is shooting? What is shooting? Oh, that dude, and then who else?
Gauge transport system.
Holy shit. Ammo.
And
Oh.
Cascade transport system. Please adhere to all security ratings
Wait, what?
and protections on board. Precautions. Advisory.
No, this seems like a fucking awesome room to hole up in.
Oh, that's a dude. Okay. I got one. Okay, I got one. Back up. I'm gonna bleed out. Dude, this is like wild with this bleeding out all the fucking time.
Yeah. We are, I believe, brute forcing it a bit, as the kids would say.
Yeah, just a smidgen. Just a smidgen.
Good evening. Today's power and primary
Just a smidgen.
sector will be
How do I open that one? Ooh, turret. Immediately already gonna bleed out. Might as well just wait and die. It's the turret. The turret apparently gives blood damage.
perish. Oh no. I might have to perish because I think one of my headphones is dying and I don't know if the other one's charged.
No. Okay, let's do this again. Out the turret this time. Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna take a quick 5 in BRB with my headphones.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Chat, give me 1 minute.
This is open. I think this is a kind of a cute one. This is one. It's a level 1. This is the level 2. Ooh, nope. No, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Sorry. No ammo still. Damn. Okay, that's not opened yet. Some chapstick too. I went in here before and I was dangerous. Hi, Dave. Welcome in. How are you? Hope you're well today. Well, I hope you're well every day, but I hope you're well right now. What's this game about? So you work in a lab and there's been like this weird like alien infestation kind of thing. It's a survival craft first of all. So like survive craft, etc, etc. Yeah, so basically there's like an alien invasion in your lab and you're trying to figure it out. Like figure out like a way out. Okay, so that connects there now. It doesn't open this, huh? What did? What did? Okay. Is that a dude? Might be a dude. Is that a dude there? That might be a dude too. Okay. Is there a dude here? No. Okay. Wait here a minute. So I have nothing. I got nothing. Ooh. This might be it for me. No! I made it so far! It's okay, I'm gonna run past these dudes.
Target!
I don't know why you're also running. That was so weird that he was also running that way. Looks creepy. It kind of is, but also like you can see your your characters are so goofy looking. Oh, you can't see because your character like you just like everything's just so goofy, you know. But it's kind of creepy because like the dark and all of that. Right, I need to go back home. Okay, I need to go back home and repair all my shit. I need to go back home and repair all my shit. This is actually probably the longer way, but there we go. This way. Shit. This way. This way. Yep. I have to repair everything. Watch way.
Alright, hopefully I have enough charge in this headphone till the other one charges.
Attention, this sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain
This way.
in place and
The levels look cool. Yeah, I think this is only like the first like area. Like we're still in the lab. Like our goal right now
we're in
is
Baby Town.
to find the surface tunnel.
Where are you, goopy bitch?
I just start getting some of my shit back. So I have this gun, but it's broken, and I have this gun, but it has no ammo. And the thing that was shooting at me was a turret, not a person. But I gotta start getting some of my stuff back, for sure. Come on, Tram. Here we go. Tram, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Just stuff. Bunch of stuff.
Hey, what you got there, bunch of stuff?
Bunch of stuff. You guys remember that cereal in the 90s, Nut and Honey? And they would do the commercials and they were like, what you got there? And he'd be like, Nut and Honey. He's like, wow, fine, I guess, wow.
Wow, I guess I won't be letting you nut and me, honey. You're not gonna share your fucking cereal with me, damn.
Whoa.
Whoa. I gotta find the portal I took to get over here. Ooh. Ooh, I will take that free stuff. Chef hat. Cooking pot. Oh, you probably need the chef hat. That probably gives you bonus EXP.
Oh,
increases
cooking,
corpse cutting speed.
Oh, wow.
You'll be so fast.
To cut them corpses.
Yeah, I got them corpses here.
Got them corpses so fast. So fast. Can't believe how fast these
You can't
corpses.
believe how quick I cut them.
You wouldn't believe it.
What was that?
My corpse cutting time.
Where in these?
Sorry guys, I literally just spilled my drink on my mouse pad here.
Oh, that's. Do you have like a fucking cloth one too?
No, I yes, and it's like a desk size one, so it's like.
Yeah. Oh, I did that. I had that happen to me once, and it's fucking miserable. Hairdryer. The best way I find to fix it.
Yeah.
Like it sucks. It'd probably take a couple minutes, but it's probably the best way to make your arms not feel gross. Sitting in the moist.
Gross and moist. Passive aggressive spousal abuse around the breakfast table never lead to nut and honey. What are you eating? Nuttin'. Bye. No, you can't get me. How do I get in here? There's gotta be, like... See, there's a thing on that side that will open this. Alright, I have to get in here. And I have to open it from the other side. No. No, thank you. Also, no thank you. Woo. No, 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 no. Woo, big boy. Oh, there's that. Okay, hold on. So here's here. Hell yeah. Let's open this. Come here. Level 2. Nice. Okay. Now I can start getting some of my bodies back. some of my 75 bodies over here. A leg injury. No. Oh, there's so many. Big jumps. Oh my gosh, he teleported over here? That's rude. Oh my gosh, stop following me. Why are you so obsessed with me?
Why are you so upset? You're gross.
Oh my gosh. Rude. Rude. I need some ammo, I think. I need to be able to do big
Take a look
shooties.
around. It's a free facility.
I need to be able to do big
Kinda,
shooties.
But you got better places to be, right?
Horseman. I don't know why I gotta be like that.
Why?
I've like barely died.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's how I would describe it.
Like barely. You know? Like just like a little bit. Like a couple
As a treat.
times. Yeah. And like like some of them I just like bled out and I just like passed out and then like somehow just like woke up in my bed.
You were eeping. People aren't allowed to eep these days?
Yeah. Welcome back, Oni. Some Taco Bell. What'd you get? What's your go-to Taco Bell? Taco Bell.
I'm a big Crunchwrap Supreme guy.
I am also a Crunchwrap Supreme enjoyer. I'm also a big Crunchwrap Supreme enjoyer. I'm not allowed to keep notes. Horseman, you can do whatever you like. You can do whatever you like. No, that was too far. Why did you fall that way? Well, I don't understand why she fell that way. That was really actually weird. Ooh, yeah, the discovery box. Nice. Have you tried the new Baja Blast? The purple one?
Oh, this is so scary. Every time I get near my bodies, I just die again.
Yeah.
And my weapons are very handily broken again.
Alright, let's see if I don't jump down the wrong way this time. Okay, in here. Perfect. That's what I wanted to do the first time. And it's like, no thanks. Alright, go back. How do I get
Order helmet? When worn, gives more accuracy for reloading and shooting. Oh, I hate this unit. Makes me so mad. Can you fucking not, guys? Can we fucking not? Oh, I just snapped both my ankles like a dry twig. I don't know how the... Oh my god. I'm a goated god gamer. That was insane.
2 hard shell and 1 Crunchwrap. I love Taco Bell.
Taco Bell's one of those places where like my order is so large and so disgusting.
Yes.
That like me saying I like a Crunchwrap Supreme is just like the tip of the iceberg.
I also yes.
Yeah, like it's not like I'm like a 5-item Taco Bell, 6-item Taco Bell.
Yeah,
guy.
like Taco Bell is supposed to be cheap and it's consistently like at least $20 for me.
If I'm lucky. We're having a cheap day at Taco Bell. Okay. Not what I wanted do.
How do I get into these doors? Oh yeah, the party box used to be like $12. Now the party box is literally like $25. And I'm just like, honestly, like who even...
Who are you partying with? Because I...
Who even are you? Like, you're still Taco Bell. Like, do you forget? Like, you're still fucking Taco Bell at the end of the day?
Yeah, like, yeah. Because I sure as shit didn't.
Right, like, you're still Taco Bell.
Didn't need to take out a second mortgage, or you didn't have a buy now pay later option on your KFC. Wait, you guys don't think having buy now pay later on food normal thing we got going on? Well, I never. I think it's perfectly normal to have to finance your meal.
Oh god.
Sign of a healthy economy. Okay, coil, pipe band, well.
What am I missing? Okay, what can I do for arm wraps first? Oh, the new Kenny Rogers Roasters, some good fucking chicken. Dude, there used to be such good stuff. A grinder, a launcher that propels grinder discs. That's crazy. Scrap
Oh, yeah.
ammo, thermal mallet, welding spear. I can make 2 of these. Hold on. Wait, no, I can only make 1. No. What's this? A pipe pistol, huh? Okay, so that, and that, maybe? That and that, maybe? That? Okay, interesting. Boom bait. I need to make another one of those. Shit, okay. Root beer float.
It is crazy that we have accomplished a very little, I would say.
No. Come on.
We did a really good job of like figuring out where we were at. I'll give us that.
A pest trap. A po' boy or a beignet? Yeah, I feel like...
Oh boy.
Yeah, I feel like everybody should be giving me food from their local customs. I feel like it's just proper manners at this point, honestly. Did you make the enhancement bench? Is that how you did it? Dirge?
What?
Did you make the enhancement bench? Is that how you enhanced
No.
everything?
No. I didn't enhance shit. I just been making stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's called radiation poison, dude. You're dying.
Interesting. Hi, Mark. Welcome in. How are you? Okay. Bye. Bye. Now what? Switch midnight. It's about to be night.
Pop Snarkle, that's my favorite.
She's doing the high paw walk, like when you. Oh, that's cute. The tram, yeah. We've done lots of stuff, but we've also done nothing at the same time. Look at all my dead bodies. My dead bodies. My dead bodies. Yes. Indeed, I have.
Those little rat fucks.
Those little rat fucks. Exactly. Exactly. One of their backpacks yet? I don't think I have. I don't think I have.
Flare sighted.
What? No, not enemy sighted. No enemies have been sighted. You're crazy.
Bro, you just injured your legs jumping, bro. That's not my fault. I don't know how you're supposed to. You're blaming me.
No, where'd he go? I think he's over there. Alright, alright. Going over there. No, sir, please. That's mean. Air feels strange. No, I don't want to do that. Come on.
Oh no, no, no,
Oh no, no, no.
Gordon, I didn't sign up for this shit, Gordon.
Gordon?
I didn't go to Yale for this, Gordon.
Gordon?
I know there was an anvil down here.
A man? Who drink water?
Oh, and an
Oh, this is a whole water tank. Oh wait, can we fill things?
Yeah, you can fill like your cups and stuff, I think, and you might be able to fill like the barrels.
That's what I'm wondering.
That you
That'd
can
be
pick
dope.
up.
Ooh, a pork chop. Blunt and delay. Blunt
You're carrying a lot of stuff. Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah.
blacksmithing gloves, I
No
need
shit,
those.
buddy.
No, I need those. Hold on. What can I get to eat though? Oh, I can eat this. Yeah. And get these. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's just you, Julia, you dumb bitch. Oh, there's not a target. Shut up.
Huge. Hello. Hello? That is enough. Oh, where's that go?
Yeah, I was almost dead, and you still got your ass beat, little man.
Oh my gosh, it's not a turret. It's a sniper.
Oh.
I killed him.
You're so strong.
I killed him.
Well, who the fuck?
Man. No.
Yeah, just one really buff guy.
Okay. So I should just leave these because I can't use them right now because I can't even repair them right now. Oh, you need that, like, that. Wait, we had some, I thought. Maybe we'd used it all?
Of what?
The purple bottle stuff.
I have a ton over at the... That's the weird name, isn't it?
I can't remember. I just see the picture
not
of it.
ethanol. Yeah, I think I have some over at the secondary crafting station. Holy, I actually just retained another death bag. We're down to 2. Operation set up a secondary forward base inside of their hole is holing.
Holding.
We're doing it. Yeah, we're holing right now. God. Not enough plastic scrap. That's our fucking issue.
You can break stuff down.
I don't have the scrapping bench.
Oh, not where you are, yeah.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is like I think I need it for the scrapping bench. We have a cot to put down.
I thought it was to a turret gun too, but I guess.
Yeah, that was the rate of fire was crazy.
Press it and dead.
I've had too much radiation. Shut up. I'm gonna keep telling you to stop being a baby until you stop being a baby. Oh, you're dying from hunger. You need food immediately. Whatever. Always something new with you.
That's how close I was, really. That's crazy. Oh, what's all this? What's all this then?
What's all this then?
What's all this then?
Perfect.
Stuff in here. There is.
Oh my goodness.
Well, yeah, because I want to make those, so I'm gonna go back. So I want to make those new gloves. Oh, headache.
I'm coming over there too with even more stuff now, Pink. Like even more.
Oh, back to the new. Do you want me to turn the tram around?
No, on the new.
The new one?
Yeah, I've got
That's
fucking.
great.
I just got my second body. I can mark this with my bed. You're dying. You need food immediately. Shut up. I don't care.
Shut
I'm
up.
gonna die here. Yeah, I plan on dying here. I don't know if you knew that. Me.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already
Okay, duct tape pipe. Duct tape pipe. You're dying. You need food immediately. Shut up. I don't. Yeah. It happens. Sometimes you gotta die to live. Okay.
I don't care.
Like, were you never an edgy teen? What? You never listened to emo? You know, the Power Glove. I think I was a little bit late on the Power Glove. I always had mad respect for him. I think SNES was more what I was used to. You're getting hungry. You need food. Oh, can I eat this arm? Here, I'm gonna eat this fucking arm. Are you sure you want to ingest this? Yeah, eat the arm. Eat the fucking arm. Yeah, eat the fucking arm, because you cried so much. Here, we're gonna eat the raw heart now. No, we're not. A valuable resource. You're lucky it's a valuable resource. Or I'd make you eat that too.
I just wanted to try it. I never had one. I have played with one, but I never owned one. It's down. Fine. Oh my gosh, everything's gonna turn off.
No, requires power to be operated? No, hey, I live in here.
No, but
Go to
actually,
your own
this
fucking
is where I
house, Mr. Robot.
live.
Yeah, Mr. Robot, I said go back to your home. Oh, this was a bad place to put the bench. I mean, I literally was just trying to repair my weapons. If you go in there and break everything I just built, I'm gonna scream.
facility access.
Oh no, he looks fine. He's not really fucking with anything. Okay. Okay, well don't do that.
A radio crackle is heard nearby.
What is that one?
Oh.
Your bed? You don't have a bed yet? That's a lie. First off, I do. You're a liar. I have several beds. I'm a
Yeah.
man of many beds. I'll have you know.
Later, Mr. Robot Man. Bye. Bye.
You're not quirky, Mr. Robot.
You are not the guy that you think you are, Mr. Robot.
Alright, well thanks, Robot. I guess I have to do drugs until you go away.
Oh no. The worst. The screens are all crackly. Not anymore. Okay, interesting. Oh, a man. A man.
Goodness, I almost died.
Derogatory. A man. Derogatory. A human skull. A human skull. Oh, these are screws. That wasn't even ammo. So that time that I was like, I died trying to get that ammo. It wasn't even ammo. How annoying. Whoa. Oh. Doing too much? What does that mean? Doing too much what?
Out here doing the most.
Yeah.
MVP 2K25, 2K5 ever, I thought.
2K5 ever, exactly.
It actually says that on the side of one of my pairs of glasses. This is not a joke.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting. Research Director, Gate Cascade Research Facility. Antiverse 2 is an enigma. A world made of worlds.
Warning.
Each of them
The safety
different,
rating
yet
of this
seeded with
sector
similar
is
life.
now
We know a
-4.
few certain facts.
Please exit
That energy
sector
moves more slowly
via
there, making
main
growth,
surface
evolution, and
tunnel.
change a more gradual process. We know too that materials transplanted
I
from
did, but it was
antiverse
broken,
to
so
our
I was
own
waiting
energy
till I could pick up
dense.
another one, and now there's a dude here,
Biochemistry
so...
occurs much more rapidly. But how did these creatures evolve?
I'm Dr. Derek
The
Mance.
presence of life,
Trying to think of how I
life,
can... Alright, let's...
confounds everything we know about evolution.
Pick up.
Was an external force involved? Only further study can tell us.
Air feels normal again. Oh, that's good.
Maybe for you. My air is real stinky.
Oh, well. That air. Can't do anything about.
That.
That air I can't do anything about.
All security ratings and protections on board. And be sure to observe all...
Wait, is it strength because I'm like encumbered and I'm carrying a lot of shit? Is that what that is? That's funny. Wow! Sir.
Hello?
Sir.
Hello?
Sir, don't shoot at me, please, sir. Don't shoot at me, please, sir, please.
Sir, hello? Bro, what the fuck, bro? You're supposed to go back to bed. Hey, man, get the fuck out of there. Come on. Yeah, dude, you go do your shit. I'm gonna go do mine.
Here you go. Crazy that these dudes don't stay dead for like longer than 10 minutes.
It does feel a little bit too tight. I wouldn't, if the other loot was respawning with them, I wouldn't be as angry about it, but it's like it's not the same timer. Mr. Coil. Ah, yes, the humble Coil. Which eludes me as we speak. Actually, I could probably break some of this shit down, right? Yeah.
That does.
Nature calls.
Oh, I have to pee. Oh no. Or poop. I have to bathroom.
Go poop, troop. Hey, man. I asked you kindly to fuck off. I really, like, several times. Go to bed. Here, why don't you come over here? That's right, beep beep, motherfucker. Actually, it doesn't have a loop, but it's the area of sorrow soul system, sort of interesting.
It's weird.
Oh, I'm gonna be coming right back for you. Don't you worry, little guy.
Dirge made contact with machine intelligence.
Yeah, we about to about to double down and show him which one of us is the real big-brained Barry here. You know.
At night. All major power.
First off, yeah.
All right, poopy mini game now.
Where are you, motherfucker? I got the smoke for you. Where are you now that I got fucking more than fucking 2 health left and you're not sneaking up on me?
Poopy mini game completed.
You are
Poopy,
so good at
poopy
pooping.
Successful.
Oof, I need food.
Get fucked, man. Get out of my house, robot.
Get out of my house.
Get out of my fucking house, robot. I mean, that was just rude as fuck. He was over here trying to punch my fucking storage chest. My one storage chest. He's got it all fucked up. This is my one very small storage crate. Damn, dude, you were on a fucking mission. And you gave me everything I needed to fucking continue this endeavor, I think. If I don't want it to be here, I'm gonna be real. You go in here, you go in here. Did you get the bigger one, the military pack?
Yeah. I need a different weapon now, though. What can I make? There's something better. Better.
Better, 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 better. Ain't got no bow. Ain't got no bow in there.
You know they got no power?
Ain't got no bow in there. This guy is dead. I guess this wouldn't be a bad. Oh, where's that big fucking? Shit spawns in there, but like whatever. Shit spawns in other places we go to. Supply room? I think it's a supply room. No, it's not.
We shall preserve.
You bleeding, buddy, you bleeding. Yay!
Okay.
Come on. Oh my gosh, come on. Fine. And you won't let me grab anything. I swear I thought it said tech bag or something. Tech something. But it fell. Weird.
It was telling lies.
Yeah, it was telling lies. Lies indeed.
I mean, this could also be a really good room to set up in, but like...
There's a lot of good potential places, but I don't know how far, like, the game's gonna... Like, how far are we gonna be traveling? Like, we can't even go the other way of the thing yet.
Yeah, true.
Where did it stop there? Really interesting.
Okay. Plastic scrap, I think, is scrapping... Is known as paper scrap. Look, you get plastic. Look, case fan. There we go. There we go. Yeah, sure, I'll take all this.
Break the security crates. Can I hack it? No. Bing. Bing. We've been here. We definitely been here. And that's still...
My armor's all patched up.
A bit punchy and we'll need to rest soon.
Punchy.
You said feeling a little punchy.
Little punches. I will. Yes. Many punches.
Little punches.
Oh yeah, we could be crafting ourselves water bottles and carrying them around. Apparently, we just never did.
Oh nice.
Oh yeah, that probably has like a thing associated with it.
Oh shit. That was a long one.
Red.
Later. Who's that screaming?
Don't worry about it. It's probably fine.
Okay.
We don't know them, though.
I don't know them, you're right.
Yeah. Always gotta remember.
People just always expecting me to just save them and stuff.
Yeah, they're like, you know me, I'm screaming, and it's like, no, I don't know you.
Help.
Screaming. So loud. Oh, my ears.
Help. Like, who helps me, okay?
Yeah.
Who helps me?
Under the weather.
Not the person screaming, they're hurting me. And that's a fact. Oh, Pink, I've done such a glorious thing over here. You're gonna be so happy when you see it. There's not gonna be a single backpack out here.
Oh, wow. Not a one?
Not a one. Put a base camp over by the forge guy. Okay. Hard material. Shit I know goes into stuff.
I feel rather off color.
Oh.
Mostly worthless. Other side.
Easy. Easy.
Pick out the garbage. I'm so proud of you, Nikki. You're doing great. A plus. Okay.
Clearance insufficient.
I feel rather off color.
Oh, nice. That's this door now. Okay, cool.
Gold. You get more than a gold star. You get 2 gold stars.
2
and
gold stars? That's crazy.
And a plus.
Oh, hi.
That's 2. That's 2-star plus. That's pretty good.
Do you have any food, though?
I've got 3 cans of soda. I only do thirst. I got some tomato seeds.
I'm just throwing up all over your house. Sorry.
This is our house that you're throwing up on.
Sorry.
When I get one of these 8 corpse bags, maybe I'll find some food.
You're dying from hunger. You need to eat food immediately.
Have any food in that? No.
Sir, do you have any food?
I am down to
fabrication gear back here. You need
There's a peculiar boiling pot.
If you got something to trade, getting a little low.
I have a
on
boiling
some
pot over in the thing.
necessities back here. Best of luck.
Oh, did that in the wrong direction. I had it. Yeah, I have a cooking pot right here in my hand.
You are helping. It's tram. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's another portal in here that we haven't gone into yet. I died of hunger.
That's more
I died of
screaming,
hunger.
huh? Why'd you do that?
I needed food. Alright, I'm gonna cook.
Why'd you do that?
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
You were supposed to live.
I'm sorry. Don't yell at me. I'm sorry.
Reinforced barrel, rustic ambition, garden plot, medium. Just wouldn't have that. Reinforced hose. Cable screws.
I know. RIP. I know.
Our primary powered network.
It's okay though. Dirge set up right by the ramp.
This was my long fucking. This is what I've been doing.
The long con.
It took us 4 hours to put a point by where we spent
No,
4
no,
hours
no.
dying. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
You've been exposed to a bit of radiation and feel nauseous. Give me a baby.
Oh no. There's no nausea here.
Yeah, no tummy horty. If my tummy can't horty, then you're
No
video game character.
horty.
Upset stomach. Holy shit, that's a lot of guys. I wish my fire stick was charged. Yo, there's no one here, dude. Don't worry about it.
Let go.
Why don't you come around that corner and notice me? Why don't you come around this corner and notice me, little guy? Whatever, senpai. I don't care if you notice me. Whatever. You're not even a real senpai.
You're
a
not even
baka.
worth my time. Upset stomach, diarrhea, heartburn, acid, indigestion. Yep, you got it.
Hey man, you don't get any furniture in here because I don't like you. I hope that's okay with you. I will be taking this desk lamp though. Hey, why don't you two go attack each other, huh? How about not me? How about you go attack each other, huh? How about that, huh? Did you like that? Oh yeah, that's what that alarm's for. You guys fighting each other. I wish Pepto-Bismol wasn't so delicious.
Yeah, I kind of like strangely enjoy Pepto.
Like, yeah, it's got like a nice
It's
soft
like a minty,
chalky flavor.
yeah.
Yeah, minty chalk. Like, yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but I like it. Power unit coil metal. Metal.
Metal.
Coil. Power unit. Thank you.
Nothing will
Fluid intake immediately.
Like, there's no way. Really? What? Oh.
Do not shoot! Do not shoot! We are together in
Let's
this
see what we can make.
We came here to cleanse and protect, but this chaos is beyond our capacity to suppress. We are beset by demons from the depths of the mines, and their termagant Frake
We're talking
is
some real
hooked us
crazy
up
shit
onto the
now.
processing plant. I must warn my brethren, this course is impossible.
It's like one of those rat dudes that like
to ensure no regress.
have the
We
backpacks
need
and
another
stuff.
way to bring tidings of this terror to the tribunal. Frake is concealing the escape from us. I am sure of it. She hides in her fortress, letting us rot here. My legates would annul me if I return, but I will find a way from this limbo. Frake's fortress is not impregnable. She knows the secrets of the sarcophagus, and she will be made to reveal them.
Oh.
Understand
Okay,
me when I say there is no pathway here. The divinities may punish me for dereliction, but I must warn them. There are worse things to fear here than excommunication. It is imperative my legates understand the scale of this disorder.
Sure.
Yeah, man, you sound well adjusted. Trustworthy. Man of the people.
Yeah.
All those things I like, my crazy scientist. Okay, let's see. We've got one of those. Brother, I hope your glucose levels get even lower.
Let's go. Ooh. I just picked up chain. Crowbar 2.0.
Yeah. That's new.
Uh-huh. I'll pick up this crowbar. Please.
I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I smell bad, and I'm more prone to getting diseases. It's like, well, you're so needy.
Oh, it's mad slow, so what is it for? Oh, we can swim. Okay, I don't know what to do. How do I get out of here? Over here. Okay, I get it. Oh no, I can't pick up the anomaly. It's not any faster. What is the fucking... What is it for then? The crowbar. Tenderizing the ingredients.
I'm tenderizing these guys.
True.
Holy fuck, man. Get bashed on. What the fuck? He's got a revolver. Holy. Oh, cool. I got Magnum ammo. No Magnum. I'm so fucking cucked on weapons in this game.
What the fuck?
Hey, if you're tired, feel free to lay down.
Oh, I
won't
forgot
tell the
that's a
boss.
fucking thing. The co-workers that crawl out and you can feed them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. We haven't seen any of them yet. A
forgot
Magnum
that this is-
condom.
yeah. My Magnum dong.
Oh, you know what's fucking... the pipe wrench might just be to break stuff, and it's better than a knife.
But it's
Like, it
so
does
fucking
durability.
slow. Have you used it yet?
Yeah, I'm using it now. For, like, breaking down items, it's fine. It does more damage, and I think it's got a higher durability than, like, the spears and other shit we've been using. I wonder if maybe it,
thirsty.
has a, like a higher rate for certain items, or I wonder if maybe like it does stuff like that. Like, you know how 7 Days did that, or it was like, oh, if you have this when you're breaking down a car versus this, you get these items.
Fix that paper jam. I did. Fix it by just breaking it.
By snapping it like a dry twig. Huge moment. Last death.
Huge.
Or dead body, whatever you want to call it.
Warning. The safety rating of this sector is now -4. Please exit this sector
Oh.
via
When did my construction get to 10? Is it just from moving all that shit back and forth?
Must be.
At level 10, I have a 50% chance for double the resources. Oh, Captain's Beret? It's kind of weird that it didn't unlock anything, but it's like, oh, you could. You could. It could unlock something. You pick it up. It won't.
Private note. It's undeniable that operations at Cascade are being monitored by external forces. This much, the Cascade Executive Committee have been permitted to know. Exactly who has been infiltrating us? Or rather,
Oh my gosh, there's so many in here.
I've been directed to tell my team that we are conducting some security drills, but the threat seems quite real.
Oh, you dropped nothing but some glass scrabs. You think I just wanted some scrabs? I got scrabs at home.
Target! You are a danger to Earth.
Fuck.
Oh no.
It's okay. Fuck.
No by mouth. I don't know if I looked. Oh, I did look at these ones earlier.
Oh, it says you aren't strong enough to use this weapon effectively.
Oh my goodness.
So how do I use that? Oh, where's my...
You're dying from hunger. No, I'm not. Don't be a baby about it. I'm dying from being a little baby back bitch who needs to eat every 5 seconds.
I need to be 8. Holy. Alright, so how do I get my strength up? Again, by traveling with a heavy inventory. Interesting. I have to carry lots of stuff around to get my strength up. Alright, well this comes back here. I'm gonna hopefully sneak away and grab a drink. Well, she doesn't wake up. I hope, I hope, I hope.
Alright, man. Where'd you go, buddy? I'm gonna fucking eat you. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna eat your raw meat. Oh, you're so lucky I didn't get to eat your raw meat. Oh, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. I'm gonna eat your raw meat. I'm gonna fucking eat you, and you're gonna be mine. I'm not even hungry anymore, and I'm still gonna eat you. It's gonna be for spite. I'm probably gonna get poisoned.
Almost immediately you woke up, huh? Come on, lay back down.
Alright, can I have your heart? I have a workbench that I would love to make wireless. Give me your heart. That's not your heart, you piece of shit. You killed me and then didn't give me your heart.
Ellie, stop it. Stop. Stop. You were just asleep. All I did was go get a drink. Chill. Ellie.
Yeah. Oh, fuck you, dude. Thank you so much. Oh my god. You came at such a beautiful moment. I
got us hot.
And there's another one over here. Let's go make that bench fucking... let's go make that shit wireless.
Wireless.
Let's go fucking, this shit's about to be HD. I don't know how to get back there, actually.
Oh.
That's why I kept not. Oh god, I hear voices. There's a guy that's
he's
spawned right
above.
up there. Fuck. There's like 3 up here, but these are the snipers. I have a bar of health left though. Here, I'm putting on a medic helmet so I can restore you really fast if you go down.
You are a danger.
Oh no. Set him on fire. Got one more out here.
I know, he came into the room while I was trying to heal. Got me. Uh-huh.
I have one other really funny idea for getting through that.
Okay.
I've got that jumpy platform.
Oh yeah.
If I go up there, I can probably put it in there. We can probably lead them out. And it'll fuck them up. Like it'll fuck up their pathing.
Yeah.
Gotta get back over there real quick. Oh, my armor's partially broken too. That's gonna do it. You guys are on high alert. We get it. Ring your bells if it'll make you feel better. Not gonna stop us from murdering you in about 2 fucking seconds. Not the same people we once were. I was also horrendously injured last time before we even got to Smashies.
Time for a rip.
Okay.
It might be, actually. It might be, actually. I got a cute little bubbler at work today. Focus, Turkish.
Circle strafed on, bitch. I'm up here. There's one left pink.
I'm in the thing. I'm in the thing. Hold on, I'll be there in a minute. It's so little. It's very,
Why don't
very
you get
little.
the closer spawn?
I don't know, because I was gonna repair all my shit and everything.
There's a bench there now, though.
No, but it's not wireless yet, is it?
I mean, it would be in 2 seconds once we murder these guys.
Oh, come on. Who is
I mean, I'm not even
screaming?
I'm not even a half bar yet, so.
How do I get up to you, though, is the question.
You gotta go all the way across over the pit and then up. You've got to go under.
Okay, I go right here.
It's the green room. I feel like I could help explain that because
yeah,
it's easier to get better green 100% of the time. And so I feel like vaping should be better for your lungs. One, you end up smoking more, like a lot more, like concentration wise, and then like even if you trust the place, your quality's still lower most of the time.
Hostile.
Like, it's just sad but true. Most of the distillate you're getting is adulterated in some way, where it's just lower quality.
Yeah, and honestly,
it's the shit that would have been at the bottom of the barrel.
My lungs do feel better. Like, I cough, obviously, but I'm coughing from smoke. Whereas before I was coughing because there was, like, just garbage, like, building up in my lungs and in my chest and shit.
Which is funny because, like, as somebody who's gone back and forth between vaping nicotine and smoking nicotine, it's night and day with vaping nicotine. I'm on my way over.
There's one dude.
But I also think that that's more well regulated than what we're getting out of cannabis. It's one of the main issues, in my opinion. And you can also, like, you can look at flower and smell flower and tell a lot of things. You can't. It's so much harder to quality test with vaping and stuff. Oh no, that's locked. Oh, fuck you. What is this whole new pathway I've never walked down to this very second? Oh, there's that fucking man fella. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm failing the team. I know how to get there. I know how to get there. Okay, yeah, no, never mind. We got this. We got this. We shot this. Most of those guys are dead. I literally just watched one of them drop in and spawn. This is so cool and great. Oh, wait, can I... Perfect. Oh.
Ellie?
Oh, he's just. You can jump straight up here. I put my little platform down. Oh wait, there you are. I thought you.
Right in sight. At Motil.
Oh my god, I literally went right back down before I could even stand up. It's fine. That's fine. I appreciate you trying.
Yeah.
No, it's all good, really.
Yeah.
Really?
You know how it be.
I know how
there's
it
like
be.
a whole fucking. There's like a whole fucking. There's so many of them. Like there's so many of them. This is. I'm exsanguinated.
We need to figure out how we can make ammo for these weapons because, like, we have guns. I've got like 3 guns, but I have no bullets. Ellie?
Just a little I stick with my vape. Yeah, but there's also like when you smoke a lot, it do be different.
It's a big difference, yeah.
Because like I said, I don't think it's just knee jerk all of inferior product. It's just one of those things where you come across a lot of bad product, or at least in my experience, that it's easier to switch to flower and be like, okay, I can look at. I know this is healthy. I can get like a basic lung feel, mouth feel kind of deal.
Yeah. Lung feel, mouth feel. Excellent mouth feel. She's on a fucking bed.
I actually use an herb vaporizer too, some of the time. My little, it's like a electronic wand kind of deal. That's another one. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Wolfie is like and it's an issue. Is if you can't get consistent dosing on things, then like. Not necessarily gets dangerous because it's cannabis, and I'd argue that it's not a very dangerous product by nature, but it doesn't make it the kind of medicinal experience. This is such a clutch thing for me to put here. Fuck finding out weapons. What do you mean? That's how me and you always tell them. There. You can jump right up to our own dead bodies until we put so many bodies in their way they can't shoot us anymore.
Just keep swinging.
You are dead.
Got him. Another guy out here, I think, right? One more dude. Oh, a weapon, a guy. He's dead. Amazing.
Beat a man to death with my pipe wrench.
With your pipe, ooh
Ooh, ooh, ooh,
ooh. Ooh. Ellie.
Mr.
Every time I have to put the microphone back when you start barking. Huh?
I definitely need to wash myself over here.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we could get... If we could build something to like a ramp or something.
A ramp?
Yeah, a little, you know, like a ramp. We love ramps, you know.
Yeah. But I know what a ramp is, but like where? Like what are you talking about?
I don't know. Like I wish we could just like that way we wouldn't have to fuck with them. We could just, I mean, we have nothing. Yeah, well, I guess if we wanted.
Ellie.
There's the rope ladder. I made one of. You could.
We learned ramps. We learned the things.
Yeah, but maybe it. Well, I would just think of like different stuff we have because we could put a rope ladder off the one side.
Yeah.
Oh, also there. I'm staring at better armor for you, directly off the edge of the tank. There's the blacksmithing gloves and the.
I have the blacksmithing glove armor thing.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Hank, I feel like I should beat you to death, Hank. I don't know if you know that about yourself.
Why?
I don't know. I don't feel like. Don't think you gave us. I don't think you gave us the right information. You know. I think you're trying to trick us. No, wait. Do we have the hearts?
I have 2 of them. Yeah.
Okay. We should probably make that.
Ellie.
What's it with the stuff?
Yeah. The what's it with the stuff?
Yeah, because on the back side of all this too, there's a million storage crates. I don't know if you've been back there, where like a bunch of those guys spawn. There's like spawns of that wheat from the other area, like magic wheat.
Nice.
Just gotta grab someone over here. Agriculture level 2, huh? Yeah, I think this might be a possible pathway because it's like an area on the back end where I think it might go down.
Right in sight.
Anyway, so do the sound part too. My stuff. Oh, my strength. This one. What's yours at?
My what?
Your strength.
I think it's like 5 or 6 or something.
I just hit 6.
There's so many dead bodies all over the place. It's so pathetic.
I'm down to just 1.
I
did my dark work. Yeah,
but I don't even know how to get over to some of them.
So the area we were just in is where my last 3 were. Say I'm crazy, but bitches be crazy. Yeah. Am I vaping, lose it, forget about it? Yeah, that's funny.
It's funny.
You're funny, Nikki.
Funny.
Having anxiety is funny to me, a fellow anxiety haver. It's so funny. Our brains work so good. You probably want one of the order helmets if you don't have one.
I think I do have an order helmet already. I do, yeah. Hells, yeah. Just broken and broke? Yeah, same.
Damn. Yeah. Shots fired, everybody hit.
It was a massacre. Oh.
There was a firefight!
Not for me.
Yeah, it's so good. I feel like I've probably seen the sequel multiple times, but it just hasn't registered in my head, so it's always.
I think I've seen the sequel once, honestly. I was like, it's not as good.
It's not as good. I don't need. Yeah, I feel like that's what happened to me. I was just like, yeah, I don't need to do this.
It's just
we can
not
just keep
as
the
good.
information we currently have in our head.
Yeah.
Oh wait, oh, I can drive this forklift around now?
Train derailed, no survivors, just like my thoughts.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers.
Huh. I think something's happened.
With what?
I've taken control of the forklift.
Kind of cool.
Fast. Let's see how quick I die on it. And they can't hit me with the sniper, it looks like. I'm going too fast.
No thoughts, I'm a girl. True, 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 sorry.
True. Just a girl. No thoughts. Wait, if this goes all the way through the office sector, I can start moving stuff.
Yeah, because if we have no reason to be there, then we can move.
Yeah, if I'm driving a forklift around, then like... I'm back in the office sector. I think it's like a big meat, like between the small and the medium container. They should be able to grab like the radiation suit and all that shit. Is driving a skill? Because if so, my character fucking blows at it.
It might be. You'd have thought it worked today. They yelled at you because you're not supposed to. Come on, Nikki. What are you thinking?
No, that's the mistake.
Exactly. Stop.
Don't do that. That's how they get you. Alright, packaging the chef's counter.
Let's try this again. There should only just be the one guy now.
Packaging Pink's bed. I'm gonna take all this concrete. Oh man, we have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we do. Because it's home base. We're supposed to.
Yep. Just looking at what we should. I guess I got. Let me go put what I can on the car.
Okay.
Well, no, that was his thought. His. That's why they're called his thoughts. Then they're never called her thoughts. Come on, Nikki. Again, day one. You just wake up from your period. Oh no. That was good though. I get why misogynists do it. That was kind of that felt kind of base to say.
Oh, sir. You followed me in here, huh?
Probably don't need 10,000 hammers.
Assistance, anyone.
I will take one of these Geiger counters.
Shit.
So
Well, shit.
in the bucket. This is probably useful.
I'm swing so good.
A couple of our anvils. CPU. Yeah, this can come with because it seems unique. Nothing else here seems very unique. I guess I could break a lot of it down. Bunch of Pink's broken guns. What's his face over by the thing has the repair kits.
What's this fuck?
What's his tits? The Forge guy.
Yeah.
It's got a weird name.
Good evening. Today's power and primary illumination is
No, the fuck it won't. Shut up. I got shit to do, bitch. Like, don't be powering nothing down. How am I gonna be productive when you're shutting the whole shit down? This lady's crazy.
Crazy.
Use a drink? I bet you could. You're gonna need one even more now that I put on this full radiation
lay down.
suit.
Lay down. Come on. Ellie.
Oh, wait, can the vending machine kill you if you shake it for too long? I didn't even know there was a... Oh, shaking the vending machine gives you strength EXP. There you go, Pink.
Oh, shit.
I've been highway disposition. I really want to make sure you get your shot to drive this forklift because, man, it's a magical experience. I wonder if I wonder if you can do some serious collision damage shit. Because with the way it moves, I feel like they're probably gonna... Whatever you hit just goes flying. You're uncomfortably chilly. I'm on a forklift. Everything I do is cool.
Everything I do is cool.
Listen, little EP guy on the ground. I can't get out and help you. I haven't had food for myself eons, to be honest. If I'm being honest, I quit feeding my character. Okay, and then correctly, we're back here. Oh, come on. That forklift can definitely get through there.
Okay.
I am a certified forklift driver, and you're probably always chilly. Am I right or am I right? No further questions. Carry on with the plan of the day. Did you, do the thing to the crafting bench?
No.
Oh, you monster.
Sorry.
I referred to her to crabs. Their form evolved independently.
It's just my heart that's broken. It's fine.
I know. I really just literally am the worst.
Yeah. It's as long as you know.
all vacant perforations
was apparent similarity to ourselves. Without the necessary data, I refuse to indulge Pendleton's penchant for unnecessary speculation. Besides, they look closer to birds if you ask me.
They look closer to birds, if you ask me.
I think they're little birdmen.
Little birds.
Canadian arm of the space shuttle. What about the Canadian leg?
Yeah, who gets the leg?
Yeah, again, Mr. Not Freeman, I'm sure you can.
I'm just pumping up my strength right now, though.
Are you shaking vending machines instead of coming to make the vending machine universal? Because I will shake you.
No. My inventory's heavy.
Yeah, I have a great place where you can put all that stuff.
I'm working
Great
on
place.
it, dude.
Oh no.
I can't even pick everything up.
Adversary.
Excuse me.
Signs do not save.
Stop it. Stop it.
Come out of that corner, big guy.
Warning.
Right here.
The safety
Does this
rating
go
of this
across?
sector is now -4.
Wait, is this new? We're seeing these dead bodies here.
No.
What's this lead here then? Oh. Okay, this is here. Okay, hold on.
Assistance! Anyone!
Maybe not. I'm so squishy.
Hi, Leia. Thank you for the raid, friend. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome in, everybody. Me and Pink are playing some video games.
Hello.
And we're doing so good because we're strong and smart all the time with our decision making. Pink's dying over there because they were coming to help me with the crafting bench. I'm drinking soda because I'm moving stuff and I refuse to fed my character 300 pounds of stuff.
Yeah.
And I have enemies I can't break down because the one thing I left behind was my knife. You know, just good gamer
just
stuff.
Things.
Just normal gamer stuff. Strong, good brain gamers do.
Like the most proest of gamers, you know?
The pro-ish, yeah. Like MLG pros, I believe.
I gotta go get my stuff. I don't have it yet.
yeah, no, that hard, those hard. I get it. You come back and I built a condo over here.
Yeah, that's
moved in
perfect.
a forklift into the house. What, you have a knife you can drop me? I go tore this up.
A kniff. Hold on.
Maybe I could probably make a makeshift show. Hold on. Duct tape and pens. Yeah, I got this. Duct tape? Is that soda is fuel? Yeah, I pop.
Okay,
There's
so
an unfun vampires. Yeah.
Other storage you said?
This is the thing that needs to be upgraded, the crafting bench.
No, I know, but where's the other storage bins and stuff you said?
The forklift cargo?
No. Hold on. That's not the body. I had to go back and get this other body. It's further.
Oh, the body.
The body.
Body.
The body.
Yeah, so fun vampire became a term I use just to describe anybody that I know. Right? Like, if you're sucking the fun out of my enjoyment, it's just being a fun vampire.
Yeah, like you're sucking the fun out of things.
Yeah. So as long as, like, unfun sucking like the guy from What We Do in the Shadows, is that what I'm thinking? The energy vampire, that guy was great, but it's like exactly what I'm trying to. But like, yeah, he'd be allowed. Got a free monster from Cumbies.
Yeah,
Did somebody nut you and then gave you a monster, or is that that's a place of business?
Cumbies is a place of business. Cumberland Farms.
No, you can't call a place of business Cumbies. I think I'm pretty clear about that.
Farms. And the nickname is Cumbies.
Cumbies.
Cumbies. Exactly.
Oh, it's a ship, not a screwdriver. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, if I read that.
Okay, hold on. I need to figure out how the fuck I got over there in the first place.
Life's a journey.
Right, I have one.
I want it my way.
I have one right here. Where do you want me to put it? Oh, there's your two. There's two in this one right here. Do you hear me?
What?
There's two.
Do I have to?
There's two in that one right there. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Show enough. Thank you so much.
Show enough.
You're a doll.
Yeah, I need to repair shit bad.
Energy brick. Yeah, I'll go grab that out of the forklift. But that just live in there now. That just lives in the forklift. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Forklift. Yeah, you need that more than I do. Honestly, yeah. You should just drive your forklift over your body. That probably. They don't seem to shoot at them.
Yeah, I read this one. Okay. How do I get over to there? It's so close
How
to
do
me,
I
but it's still
breathe
so far.
without you?
I want to know.
Okay, item transfer. Boom. Yes, we did it. We did it. We did the thing. We're better for it. We can make
Amazing.
so many storage containers now. Oh my god. Now that's where the real big bucks are. And by big bucks, I mean me being able to empty my inventory. I tell you that much. Woo-wee. Cumbies.
Cumbies.
Hey, I'm going down to Cumbies. You need anything?
Oh, you're laughing, but that's yeah.
You're laughing, but that's my culture.
That's my people. My
Yeah, we have the UDEF,
my people
the
are
United
not a
Dairy
TikTok
Farmers.
trap. Okay.
Oh god, yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I have to give it to you. You're technically correct, which is I've always maintained is the best kind of correct. Oh, hi, Cat. I see you've decided to come yell at me. Uh-huh.
Assistance! Anyone!
Oh, yeah. That sounds terrible. In the war.
Okay, I should be down. Oh, I thought I was down to 2. Again, I can't figure out how to fucking get over to that one. That's the one I just did just now. Money?
I got your combies. I'm coming with you. Damn, this can be stuck in my head forever now.
Yes. I just unlocked a shortcut.
Oh, good, good, good,
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Shortcut.
Yes, hello, yelling cat. Little prick. Take it down here and say it to my face, little man. You think you're real tough up there with your gun, and I'm just a guy with a hammer. Wait, one of these days these tables will turn. I'll go fucking get my crossbow back out and do minimal damage to you for the rest of your life. There's a flow control module thing.
A flow
above,
control module.
Yeah, missing required item. It's showing the wrench. It is upstairs on the slime pit.
Look at this. So weird.
Oh, an anomaly scanner.
Ooh, what's that do? I mean, obviously it scans anomalies, but like...
Yeah, we didn't clear to make a decent whacking stick. It's... I think it's a broken anomaly scanner, but it's just a weapon. Oh, get out of here. Quit being weird babies. You bring that shit back around my corner, huh? Well, you guys got that fucking smoke, huh? You got the fucking smoke when you're on fire, little bitch?
Oh, you just got an achievement. Collect the full manufacturing uniform.
Yeah, you died too. You didn't, but like I can, you know, whatever, fuck you, you know? You're a little bitch!
How did we get in here that I can't get in here again?
What do you mean?
My dead body's in this room that I can't enter.
What, that one?
No.
Over there?
This one.
Oh.
This one.
Yeah. I did, yeah. We closed that one for, you know, for repairs.
Oh, wait. What's in here? There's a bajillion dudes in here.
Oh yeah, probably, yeah.
Oh my god, everything's fucking broken.
Oh yeah. Known as a healthy loop.
We love a good gameplay loop. Alright, at least that's open. This is open now, so I can go to you.
Zip lines. Wait, no shot. We could just
Zip
use it
lines?
without anything? Apparently, yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Baby Kitty, you're being a little crazy. Oh, I'm in the room with all your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you can grab those last couple things, that would help, but no big
Oh, it
deal.
won't let me pick them up. I can't interact with it.
Bummer. Alright, let's go back so I can drop my shit off. Yeah, no, I can't pick it up.
Yeah, I'm just seeing what else is, over here.
Hit things on fire everywhere you go.
Yes. My shield sets stuff on fire, too.
Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, yas! With the raid?
you.
Chaos, how was your stream? Where in Expedition 33 are you? Annihilated? Welcome in, raiders!
I'm on fire. I'm on fire. I'm on fire.
fire.
My own fault.
How was your stream? Welcome in. Prepping for Axon fights? Yes, very nice. Very nice. I am playing Abiotic Factor with our good friend Dirge.
That's me.
Oh, that's
Hello,
Dirge.
Chaos!
Hello. You guys know the deal. You want to see the video? I'll show you the video while I do this. How's that? How's that sound?
Oh, I got a level 2 clearies over here.
Ooh.
Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do more doors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you.
Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up?
I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life.
Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
Okay, have fun, bye!
It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo.
I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh
my
God.
What is happening?
I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajuzhans?
I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you.
He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him.
I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming.
Getting peckish.
Oh my gosh, guys. Cumbies was just it was just a gas station chain, and it was Cumbies with a Y, first of all. And Chaos and I did not get Chaos stuff from Cumbies because we actually didn't live like in the same town as one another.
Oh, you couldn't give each other combis.
True.
I could see where, yeah.
Yeah, you
But
know,
that'd be hard.
long distance didn't really work with the Cumbies.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, you're
Alright.
asleep. I need one.
Yeah, go sleepies.
Good night.
Good night,
My leg's
have a good
broken. I fell through that
nappies.
ceiling.
Enjoy your nappies.
My character has not pooped this whole stream.
That's crazy. Well, didn't you have the thing to make you poop less?
I
Or do
might
you
have no
the thing to
pooper.
make
Yeah,
you poop more?
and you have lots of poopies, I think.
I think I have extra poopies, yeah. Extra poops.
Yeah, I feel like we did a real good job murdering everybody. Oh yeah, wait, there was the thing before I forget.
What thing?
The thing that had to work on. The
Thing.
level 2.
The thing to
When you were
level 2.
napping, hold on, come back here, come back here, come back here. I'm using my brain, I'm using my brain. I can remember it, I can remember it. I have a big brain. It's by the thing that is on the second floor. It's like the interim floor, but it's not down that ladder. It's like ledgy. Maybe it's the next room over. Oh, it's down here.
Okay.
Okay. And this is the part where I was completely lost. Yeah, right here.
Okay.
It's by fucking, it's not that room. I think it's like right above us. There's like a weird spot in the room where like there's bodies, and there was a level 2, one of the things that you need, that you have the thing on you for, you know?
Oh, a level 2 hacky?
Yeah, level 2 hacky. There's a level 2 hacky like very close to us.
Okay.
That's why I don't want to lose you, because you have the hacky.
Alright, I'm following you. Hold on. I'm following you.
Okay, I guess maybe down this ladder. Maybe it is the other side of this pit. I remember looking across and seeing my skull. Okay, I think it's up here. We are in the right area, because this is where I did some fucking real greasy shit. That's where I fell through the ceiling on you, so it's before this. There's one dead body. I think it's in the area. Okay, yeah, this is the thing we need. Yeah, it's over here. It's over here. It's over here. It's
Destination or
in this room, right up there.
Ride
Oop, found it.
safely and enjoy your.
I'm sorry, that was a goosey goose.
Okay.
I don't know what that's gonna open, but
I don't know either.
it open this for me to murder this man. Is this one open? Yeah, this looks new. This looks hella new.
Oh, I've been in here. I think I got here from a different direction.
Oh, this is the... Yeah, there's the radiation leak room.
Yeah.
Maybe a different... No, this is above that one, I think. Oh no, never mind. That's weird. I thought that would put you out down there. Oh, there's another zip line here too. Yeah, these are zip lines.
Wait, how did you get up there?
I feel rather off color.
You took the lift down, remember?
Yeah, but where'd the lift go?
The lift went to where you are, you goose.
Oh no. Oh. Apparently I'm dying.
I don't think there's anything
hunger
up here that, yeah, that... Well, yeah. You think I brought the fridge full of food with me?
Yeah, why didn't you?
Oof, I don't
Well,
feel
no,
good at all.
I just said, oh, you think I did? Yeah, no, duh. Duh, that'd be silly.
That would be silly, you're right. Do you have a cooking thing yet?
I think I started building it. Or I was gonna... Oh yeah, it's back here.
Today's power and primary illumination in this sector will be ceasing shortly. Have a safe and successful evening.
Oh, your bed's in there too. BT dubs, if you want to pull it out.
Oh. Yeah.
Actually crazy that we have all of those full. That's impressive. Got a lot of trash. Or a lot of treasure.
No.
It's trash.
It's beautiful, beautiful crafting supplies.
It's Matt's baby.
Exactly.
That's not what I would have put there. You fool. No one cares, Gordon. Shut up.
Interesting.
What happened?
I just was like, where does this little weird pipe go? But it leads like right back to everything else.
Yeah, the environments loop back together pretty seamlessly
Is there
here.
a
Buddy, I
bathroom?
don't have food for myself, so you're gonna have to eat ground dirt.
Beautiful.
Well, I mean, he is.
So beautiful.
Yeah. I wonder if I can just jump in this. Put the radiation suit on. I've been wanting to try.
Need food.
I'm dying immediately.
Yeah, but I'm immune to it, I thought.
I need food.
The security door in the nuclear waste. You're a little nosh. Shut up. You'll respawn just fine.
I know.
That forklift's much bigger than my forklift, and I find that disrespectful. Listen, it's cheaper than buying you lunch. And I had to figure out what was down here anyways. Oh. Oh, this is just Doofus's fucking room. You're dying from hunger. Yeah. Get it over with. Then perish.
Crowbar.
Wanna go back in the fucking green goop? Because that's where you're going with this attitude.
Oh. I died. Go to your bed.
That's a lot of radiation. You probably want some less radiation. No, I don't.
Yeah, I was actually thinking on just like to just die instead, you know?
Yeah, I don't think you guys are familiar with the eating glass technique that I've prided myself on. You're gonna make a game after fucking 7 Days to Die has existed. You have to solve the eating broken glass problem. It's non-negotiable. Like, that's their fault, not mine.
I do have to probably call it soon, though. I do have to work in the morning.
Yeah, we can call it. I just perished with nothing in my, Oh, I guess let me do one last thing. I want to make a bed down there so I can burn in.
Who is here? Oh, you little rat, dude. Get out of here.
I'm gonna raid my people into your people.
Okay.
Obviously, you don't have to play the video, but that's just so I don't
Yeah.
have to talk to somebody extra and like.
That's
It's the same
fine.
stream, right?
I'll find someone.
You can. Yeah, you'll find the best people.
I'll find someone.
All the greatest people. My good friend Pinxel knows them.
I'll find someone cool, guys.
Yeah, when do you want to play next? I'm down to fuck around with more of this. Soonish.
We can play tomorrow if you want to play tomorrow. I don't have my normal Saturday plans that I normally have, so I can do it on Saturday as well. Whatever you want.
What day of the week is today? Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow's fine with me.
Cool. We'll play tomorrow then.
Where the fuck is this base? Hey man, there's nobody in front of you. Don't worry about it.
For a raid person. A McDonald land? No way.
Please exit this section via
No way.
main surface tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
Are you trying to use my barricades? Are you attacking my barricade? Weirdo.
He's trying to bleed out
Oh,
already.
hey.
Yeah.
That's so fucking disgusting that I find this. I just found a fucking light gun repair kit.
Oh my god, that's
One of them.
insulting,
You know
honestly.
Do you know how fucked up that is?
That's insulting, honestly.
Yeah, that's so bad. Like, I haven't gotten a single gun drop.
Yeah.
Okay, where's the bed? I just gotta make the bed and then I'm done. Bed.
Oh my god, Dirge with the raid, that's crazy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I have no way to make it. Alright,
I didn't see that coming.
Oh my god, who would have guessed
Who would have
it?
guessed? That's crazy.
Oh. Well, alright, friends. Thank you
Alright.
for the game.
Yeah, thanks for
Let me know when you're
playing.
off tomorrow.
Yeah,
If anything runs
same
early
time
or
as
late.
normal,
I don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Okay,
Will
bye.
do. Goodbye. I'm literally just gonna wait to perish and respawn.
Yeah, that might as well be full when you get back on.
Yeah.
Night.
Good night. See if I can beat it. Beat the clock. Bye, friends. Good night. All right, so I think we're gonna raid Tegan. Let me just look and see if there's anybody on maybe like my stream team. Your bed. Let me see. There are some people. Let's see what everyone's playing is the question. What are you playing? Lies of P, but I don't want DLC. Let's see. We can raid Alas Elizabeth, who's playing Sword of the Sea. I don't know anything about this. No, let's just raid Tegan, because that way I can raid Tegan and I can kind of just book. And I don't have to worry about it. Alright, we're gonna raid Tegan. Thanks for hanging on my secret little bonus stream. My secret little bonus stream that nobody knew about because it was a secret. Night-night. Night-night. Good night. Make me look like a fake fan. Alright, guys. Thanks for hanging. Dirge and I will probably be playing this again tomorrow. And since there's no GG this weekend, I'm not sure what I'll be doing, so we'll see. But go hang out with Tegan. Teagsta, if you don't know who I'm talking about. And yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I will see you guys later. Copy, paste, all the jazz, all the stuff. You know how it is. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Ooh. Right as the Pokemon spawns.